Both, we were in the midst of listening to People's 51, and the people may continue. It should be on page 27 of the transcript. Am I correct on that?
Please tell me about something. You said you were going to send me pictures. You never sent me any pictures.
Listen, I explained to you why I couldn't send you any pictures. Oh, the pictures of the stuff we wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to see you this week. I got my hands full of something right now. I'm trying to take care of, but I want to bring out pictures this week sometime. We're thinking Wednesday or Thursday. Are you going to be around?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm always around. I'm always waiting for something.
Okay. Well, like I said, this is kind of a slow-going deal. This is not, these guys didn't exactly leave calling cards when they did.
You said to me a couple of weeks ago you were going to start interviewing people. Have you? And how's that going?
Many people have been interviewed, yes. We're working on a lot of things right now. Like I said, I can't, it's not for public consumption now. I really can't talk about a whole lot of things, but this case will get solved. It's just a matter of time. And we have to build our case. We have to put everything together, and we don't really dictate how things go. It's just whatever we find out and whatever information we're provided with, it's not up to us to solve, to generate all this stuff. This stuff has to be found out and provided to us in different ways, and we have to build our case. We can't just go out and arrest someone because we think it's them. We have to have evidence.
Is there any more evidence committed at all?
Can't discuss none of my cases. I can't discuss any state of the evidence or amount of evidence or anything with any of my victims or families or anything like that. I have to maintain the integrity of the investigation. I can't have information going out at this point, but I assure you this case will be solved. We're moving forward on it. There's a lot of things being done. I don't know how long it's going to take. So, we're making progress though, and one of the things you want to do is I wanted to introduce you to a couple detectives that are working that other side of this, the whole burglary angle, and they had some additional questions for you. They wanted to go over a few more things with you, and they were hoping to do it Wednesday or Thursday this week. So my plan is to call you at some point today and set up a time. Are you available both days, all day, or?
Yes.
Okay, let me find out when we can do this, and we're looking at Wednesday or Thursday. I'll give you a call later today with that time.
Oh, I have another question. Can you tell me what it means, what aggressor means? So the insurance company said that he hasn't been ruled out. What does that mean?
That who hasn't been ruled out?
Fabio has not been ruled out as an aggressor. What does that mean? He's not an aggressor?
No, I have no idea what that means. Did they give you some type of...
Yes, they said the questions that we're waiting for LAPD to answer, and which was supposed to be a while ago, and no one's called them back. Was it Fabio was a prior felon, or he was an aggressor? And if the beneficiary would need to be ruled out. That I already know, and they told me that a long time ago. No, I don't understand what ruled out as an aggressor. Why wouldn't he be ruled out already?
Yeah.
What are we waiting for?
That question was never posed to me by anyone by insurance. So if you had, we could definitely rule that out. So do you have, I don't think it's going to change anything. Like I said, we have the other part that we're still dealing with, but as far as that goes, no, I don't think that was never posed to me or my boss either, because we both spoke to insurance people, and that was
but you send stuff out of state because it would be quicker.
Right. Yeah, we're hoping that it'll be quicker. They were telling me 2 more weeks, and that was last week. So I'm gonna try to get an update from them this week, but a couple weeks, and for at least some of the stuff. So we're gonna keep bugging them. But one of those things that these things take time, and they have a lot of requests, and we're kind of going from there. Okay. I will call you later today, and we'll get together this week. Okay. Okay. Good. Calling you back.
Oh, hi. Hang on one second. Hang on. Okay, bye. Yes, hi.
No, I just wanted to confirm, is Thursday, 11 o'clock okay?
Thursday, 11 o'clock, that's perfect. We're home. I'm going to have a little bit of a full house. I'm not sure if that's good for you guys. My mom's going to be here visiting. My sister-in-law, Jesse, will probably be home.
Okay.
Would you rather me meet something like, I don't know?
No, that's fine. As long as we can, talk in private at some point. I think they want to kind of do a little walkthrough, and then they want to show you some, maybe some maps and stuff. So if we can just grab a room or something where we won't be interrupted, that would be okay.
Okay, yeah, we can go in my room. We can do my room. Just think maps.
Well, yeah, I think they want to go over some of the burglary hits they've had in the area there, and
oh my gosh, okay.
retrace your routes when you went shopping and when you came back home and stuff like that. So
okay.
So as long as we can, just if somewhat quiet, we can talk.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. That's great. We can go find a corner.
Or the side patio or wherever.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll see you
That's
then.
great. I'll see you Thursday. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Bye. Hello?
Hi, Monica. This is Detective Parsha. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, listen, I talked to the burglary guys. They're having some big meeting in a couple weeks, and they wanted to hopefully, they anticipate more photos and stuff. They want to meet with you somewhere around, hopefully June 9th, if you're going to be around then.
Oh, okay.
Are you in town?
June 9th till 11, I will be in Toronto accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award for Fabio.
Oh, you told me about that. Okay, that's
Yeah.
the weekend. Okay.
Yeah. So I leave June 9th, so just before that or just after that?
Okay, so I don't think they're having a meeting till the 8th.
Okay.
But maybe the week of the 12th, 13th, 14th, you'll be back.
Okay, hang on because you're breaking up. Let me move over to the box. Hang on. Can you hear me now?
I can't. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, so maybe what I'll do is we used to touch base on Monday, so I'll get over there on Monday and we'll find out when they're available that week. I haven't checked I don't know the schedule that far out, so I just know they have a meeting on the 8th. So I'll touch base with you basically on the 12th.
Okay, but can I also ask you for your email and what send a password email?
Sure. My email is my show number, which is 30601
Okay.
at LAPD
Okay.
.online.
.online. Okay.
And Detective Castro's is the same as mine, except it's 26287.
26287. That's Castro. Okay.
Okay, so we'll probably touch base before that, before you leave.
Yes.
Maybe, I'll talk to you. Today is Memorial Day, so I am off tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday.
speak with anybody or?
No, I didn't want to. There wasn't anyone I really needed to talk to. I think one of your friends was there. Was it Deborah or something?
Yes.
Okay, she was there. I remember her from the.
Yes.
Talked to her briefly. Didn't talk to anyone else. I know who Fabio's boss is. I have his name already.
Okay.
But no, we were just kind of low key, just hanging out back. We were there till the end, and then we had to split. I know you were probably busy at the end of that thing, so we just took off. But we saw the whole thing all the way through. I think it was really nice.
Yeah, we did a wonderful job.
What are they doing with that wall? I know you're asking about the wall that had Fabio's pictures all over it.
Yeah, I'm going to be traveling for the next 2 cruises, and then it's mine. So wherever we end up, that will be ours. We're selling the house now. I don't know where we're going to be in a month from now because I can't really do anything until I sell the house because I can't buy anything.
Is it on the market?
It's on the market with me. He's coming tomorrow. The realtor to take pictures and stuff. I think June 9th and 10th. The agents will only open house for the agents will be here. So my realtor will have the key, and they'll be the only one here showing the house that weekend.
Okay. All right.
So that's going to be going up for sale. And then we really not even have a roof over our heads. We don't know what's happening. So I wanted to come into something you guys can do, but MetLife called me this morning already, saying that there's only one last confirmation they need. I know you told me what you guys feel and things, but I guess they need it in writing. I don't even know.
That's the problem. I told them what my opinion was on this thing, but they want something in writing, and that's what the department is resisting at this point. So hopefully in a couple of weeks with this next meeting and stuff, that we're going to be further along. These guys.
If there's anything we can do to speed this up, I just don't, because I don't know what's happening within the next week to week here, day to day. So if anything we can do, please.
No, I will. I'd love to get to that point that I could satisfy our higher ups and make that call, but they're asking for a little bit more. So we're hoping that these guys, this burglary task force, comes up with they got some good stuff right now. It's just not where we need to be. So we're hoping for that to come through, and I keep pushing these guys. I talk to them a couple times a week, and they give updates and stuff. So if I have anything I can pass on, or we can clear that whole thing up, and we will as soon as we can. We don't want you guys to be, to be stuck.
Yeah, I'm asking you for your emails because I was gonna. I always forget things, and I'd rather have this written down so I know what's happening. But anyway, my dad was telling my mom, which she's here in front of me now, to make sure that we tell you this thing that transpired when he was in Toronto with the Sunday moon. Somebody was telling my dad something about work that he had to investigate because he had to fire somebody. And he was uncomfortable with it or upset by it. And I don't know all the details. I wanted my dad to tell you exactly what he said or what kind of happened with this. And so we reached out to him this morning, but he couldn't talk to this with other people. But I want to give him your phone number because I'm confused myself, and I want him to tell you what exactly Fabio told him.
Right.
I know that anything that has to do with work is on email. It's all documented, so I'm sure you can see that. But I don't know if it has to do with Geneva or the LA office. So maybe my dad could, reiterate what he heard.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm here, Monday through Thursday, every week, sometimes longer. But he can call me anytime, and I can always check it with the work. I'm in touch with I know the corporate security guy for
Okay.
well, and he can give me pretty much anything with the business. I mean, so far he's been real receptive to getting any kind of business documents I need. So he would be able to find out the particulars if your dad didn't have it.
Okay. So my dad can just call you, or do you want his number?
Either way, you can have him give me a call when he's available. Sounds like he's a busy man, but he can call me, leave his Right. I know you guys mentioned her. So she was the boss in January as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I mean, his boss is here, but that's the, hiding. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you cut out there. You hear me?
I said, his boss here is South
Right.
in North America, but, the top guys are in Geneva.
Okay. And all right. And when you say Sal, that's Salvador, right? Salvador Marici.
Mosseri. Yeah.
So that's his direct boss here, but you think higher up from him would be Michelle Mason?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you spell your dad's name?
Okay. It's O-R-S-E-O. Orfeo, yeah. And do you need the last name?
Same as yours?
Well, my maiden name, yes. Crescentini.
Crescentini. I should have that somewhere. Oh, go ahead.
Crescentini.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got that. And it's Orseo. O-R-S as in Sam.
No, F as in Frank.
S as in Frank. Okay, I'm glad I asked. Orseo. Okay. Okay, well, we're just gonna follow up on that a little bit. Your dad's document was kind of unusual, and I hadn't heard about that particular incident from anybody yet, so
Okay.
we'll take a look at that. So I got nothing else to report right now. We're moving forward on the...
What about you said you were going to call me with we're going to meet at some point next week or something like that, or week after?
They're having a meeting with a couple other agencies that they've been dealing with, and they anticipate to get some photos and stuff. So I think they're supposed to meet on the 8th, but you weren't available on the 9th because that's when you're going to, I think,
Right.
New York or Canada or something.
Yeah, both. Yeah, New York, Toronto, and then home again on the Monday or the Tuesday right after that.
Monday or Tuesday.
I think it's the 13th.
Yeah, fixes are available on Thursday or Friday. So let's wait until we get to that week, and hopefully maybe something on the 15th or 16th.
Okay.
Together.
All right.
Okay? So I'll let you know if anything comes out of this whole Cody thing. And that was when the company was Cody, right?
Yeah, so I think that's still like in November or something like that.
Right.
He went to Cody, yeah.
And his first, your dad said November, or second week of November, then he said second week of December. Is that right? December is when it's going to...
I can't even tell you. But since he travels so much, I don't even know. That's why my dad, I know he wasn't really certain of the details.
Right.
I just, said, just say what you heard, what you know. Don't, pull things out of nowhere.
Right. And any idea which accountant would have gone with him? Because your dad said he brought an accountant with him to really examine the books.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure there's a
Chuck would know.
He would know, right.
Okay.
They would know, for sure.
Okay. Good enough. I can follow up with her, and hopefully she can give me some more information on that side.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right.
Bye. What?
We're good. We're good.
Doing good?
Yeah. So, like I said, we have our secretary typing up that letter, so we should be able to get that hopefully at the end of this week.
Okay. I have going on the computer and trying to download all these records. There's a lot, and it's really. Anyway, I did it all. I'm going to send them to you, but if it's hard for you to view or read or whatever, then maybe I can come to see you. We can log in, and you guys can look right on the actual AT&T whole accounts and stuff.
Oh, okay. So there's a lot just for the 1 month still?
Well, it's home phone, my cell, Jessica cell, Bella cell.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you have Fabio's in there also?
Oh, I do have his, but I didn't because I thought you have his phone, so you could, or his computer, whatever. If you want, I could put his in there too.
Yeah, might as well, so we have it all. Because then, if they can, they'll take it. They'll just punch in. They'll search certain numbers. It shows that it'll find that number and whoever's records it is, and if it pops up, then we know this guy's tried to call or calls or whatever. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna add his in there too, and then I will, I guess, email it. Yeah,
Are you
email it over.
in some type of file or envelope or is it?
Well, they're all right now. They're all. They're trying to put them all in nice Word documents so they're legible.
Oh, okay.
I could probably do it on Excel as well.
Well, try the Word. It's always easier, and then we can use Excel as well. So try the Word, see how that works.
Okay, I'm going to send those over, and when you get it, open them, see what you think. If it looks, if you guys can read it and whatever, great. Otherwise, I can log in, like I said, and we could just go right there to the site.
Okay. Yeah, we may do that, but they know what numbers they're looking for. I don't. So let's.
Are we going to have a meeting? Did you say we're going to meet soon, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully this week. What's today? Wednesday.
Yeah.
I was off the last couple of days sick. Let me call them and see what their week is like. I think we could do it either this Friday or next Friday is what their 2 days are. So
Oh my gosh.
double check with these guys and see if they still want to show you those photos and stuff based on what they've gotten so far. So yeah. So let me get back to you. I don't know, later today or tomorrow, and if as long as I get a hold of them and we get a date, then we'll set up a date.
Okay, that's perfect.
And you can email that stuff to me, and then I'll look at that today and see if it's something that they can use to search. If not,
Okay.
we can format.
Okay, perfect. I'll go get Fab on there too now, and then I'll send it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Talk to you. Bye.
You may collect the transcripts first.
Oh,
Collect the transcripts, please.
oh, yes. Detective Berna, would it be fair to say that in any investigation, you never divulge the details of what you are doing during that investigation?
That's correct.
In addition to what we heard during the recording of conversations between the defendant and Detective Parshall, were there also several dates where the defendant called and left recorded voicemails?
I believe so, yes.
Did the defendant leave voicemails on March 13th and March 15th of 2017 for you and your partner?
If I could refresh my recollection.
Yes.
That was March 13th and March 15th?
Yes.
Yes.
And as we heard in some of the recordings, for example, on March 8th of 2017, did Detective Parshall repeatedly tell the defendant that he would hook up a DVR or security system ASAP?
Yes.
We heard during the recorded call of March 16th of 2017 where the defendant was recorded telling Detective Parshall that she believed that his 3 kids are the only beneficiaries to his life insurance policy. Did she ever say anything else with respect to herself off tape?
Not that I'm aware of.
on the date of March 21st, did the defendant again call your office and leave 3 separate voicemails for you or Detective Parshall or your supervisor, Detective Castro, to call back?
Again, if you'd like me to look at the book, I can do so.
Please.
You said March 21st?
Yes, sir.
I don't show a number of calls. I do show that there was definitely a call.
Does it show that there are 3 voicemail messages from that date?
I don't see in the chronological that it shows that. Just that there was definitely a conversation.
Okay. Again, in the March 8th conversation that was recorded, we heard the defendant make the statement that Fabio had been the one to purchase and replace the DVR system. Did she ever make a statement to the opposite, that in fact she was the one that was home during that DVR replacement?
She did not.
In the April 17th, 2017 recorded call with the defendant, where we heard her claim that on the old system there was an app where Fabio could look up and see the video feed, but that she never had access. Did she ever correct or change that statement?
No.
When she said during that conversation that she was not present when the new DVR was installed and the only new camera was the one at the front door, did she ever correct or change those statements off tape?
No.
When the defendant claimed that she had no access to the system via her cell phone, did she ever change that statement off tape?
No.
Was there another call from the defendant that took place on May 1st of 2017?
There was.
And during that particular conversation, was there a conversation with her about whether or not she had yet replaced her DVR?
There was.
And during that conversation, did she indicate that State Farm Insurance, her homeowner's insurance policy, had paid out on her homeowner's claim in order to replace that DVR system?
Yes.
And at any time, did she tell you and or your partner or your supervisor, to your knowledge, that she had replaced the DVR?
She did not.
During the May 8, 2017 recorded call from the defendant, where she was talking about having difficulties due to the lack of life insurance money being paid out and looking for maybe a smaller home, did she ever mention at any point in time off tape that despite the fact that she was claiming she was having money issues, that she had just purchased a new Mustang for $62,000?
No.
You mentioned that both you and your partner, your supervisor, had conversations with MetLife, the carrier of Fabio Sementilli's life insurance policy. Was there ever any question about whether Fabio was an aggressor in his own murder?
Objection calls for speculation.
As formed, sustained.
Was there any conversation that you had with the life insurance company about Fabio, the victim in this case, acting as an aggressor?
Objection calls for speculation. No foundation.
That's overruled.
Not that I'm aware of.
There was no evidence to that effect. Is that correct?
There was none that I saw.
That wasn't the question with respect to the life insurance company. Is that correct?
Correct.
The issue was clearing the 4 beneficiaries. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you and your partner cleared 3 of them, that being Fabio's 3 children. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the only one that was outstanding with respect to your department and clearance for life insurance payout was the defendant.
Yes.
During the May 31st recorded call that we listened to, where Detective Parshall is talking to the defendant about her trip to New York City on the June 9th and then to Toronto and home on June 13th, at that point in time was your division, along with the robbery homicide division, already making plans to arrest the defendant along with Mr. Baker?
So my understanding is yes. However, I believe I was actually on vacation at the time. I was having conversations with my partner, so I was kept in the loop to some degree. But
You were aware that was
And then I need to object. Motion to strike the answer.
Denied.
you were aware that that was imminent.
yes,
And on June 14th, where we heard the last recorded call between the defendant and your partner, where Detective Parshall indicated that your secretary is typing up a letter to get her by the end of the week for clearance for the life insurance payout. Was that a ruse?
yes.
And what does that mean?
Essentially a story to tell them to, again, put them off a little bit longer, just to put them at ease.
Your Honor, of a photograph of a Ford Expedition. It's titled Robert Baker's Ford Expedition at Sementilli Home, dated March 11th of 2017. May this photograph be marked, please, as People's 53?
Yes.
And I also have a copy of an email exchange between the defendant and Detective Parshall. May it be marked, please, as People's 54?
It may.
Showing you People's 53. Was this a photograph that was sent to you and your partner by Deborah Obad showing Robert Baker's expedition parked in front of the Sementilli home?
Yes.
And was that received on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
In terms of the conversation in the June 14th recording between the defendant and your partner with respect to the secretary typing up a letter to clear the defendant for insurance payout, did your partner document that conversation in writing?
Yes.
And do you know what we're looking at here in People's 54?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as an email, if we start from the bottom, between the defendant and your partner, Detective Parshall?
Yes.
And does this email chain talk about the letter to MetLife for clearing the defendant for insurance payout?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an email chain that took place between June 7th of 2017 and June 9th of 2017?
It does.
I just have a few last questions to ask you. We talked at the beginning of your testimony last week about various search warrants for phone records, subscriber records, call detail records, with respect to everyone in the Sementilli family, including the victim. Did you and your partner also have conversations with a surveillance unit to conduct surveillance on the two suspects, the defendant along with Robert Baker?
We did.
Okay. And that particular division, is that the Gangs and Narcotics Division?
Yes.
And did you and or your partner obtain search warrants in order to install GPS trackers on the suspect's vehicle, that being the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes.
And initially, were GPS trackers installed pursuant to warrants on the defendant's black Ford F-150?
Yes.
Also on Jessica Sementilli's red Fiat that the defendant occasionally drove?
I think Isabella's
Okay.
Fiat.
Thank you. And Robert Baker's black Ford Expedition that we saw in People's 53?
Yes.
In terms of the GPS trackers, did that allow you and your partner to track the travel or and destination from your computers?
Yes.
And is that through some type of software that connects to the GPS trackers?
It's actually a web browser that connects to the data that's being sent by the tracking device.
And does that data also include GPS coordinates?
It does.
Longitude and latitude?
Yes.
So you can track to a particular location?
Correct.
And did you also obtain a search warrant for cellular phone pings?
Yes.
What is that?
So your cellular phone hits off of cellular towers, and these phone companies have the ability to basically triangulate your phone's position based on cellular towers. Some phone companies are better than others as far as the information provided, but it can track you down to a particular area and then give you a plus or minus in a number of meters. And sometimes the hits are really good, sometimes they're absolute garbage.
So it's another way in order to track your suspects' travels and locations.
Correct.
And does that also provide through the phone pings GPS location and coordinates?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Does it include coordinates?
As far as on the phone pings themselves? Yes. Again, it's plus or minus sometimes
Meters.
thousands of meters. Sometimes it's within 9 meters.
And did you do that through AT&T for the defendant's cellular phone and Sprint for Robert Baker's?
Yes.
And again, was that something that the phone pings that provided data that you could review again from your computers at the office.
Correct.
And did you get updated information from the Gangs and Narcotics Division as they were following and surveilling your suspects?
We did.
In addition to that, when you tracked the GPS trackers and the phone pings, did the information that you received appear to be consistent with the summaries of what Gangs and Narcotics was seeing in terms of tracking the defendant and Robert Baker to various bars and nightclubs?
Yes.
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
The way the question was formed, that is true.
Did the data that you observed appear to be consistent with information you received from the people who were conducting surveillance?
Same objection.
That's overruled.
It did.
And was that, again, consistent with the data, the defendant and Baker going to various bars and nightclubs night after night?
Yes.
And did those dates cover, let's say, the night of February 19th into the early morning hours of February 20th?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Okay, what was the date again? I'm sorry?
February 19th into February 20th?
Yes.
February 21st into the early morning hours of February 22nd?
Yes.
February 23rd into the early morning hours of February 24th?
Yes.
February 25th into the early morning hours of February 26th?
Yes.
And after the defendant returned from a trip to Toronto that we heard or discussed in the recordings, March 3rd to March 4th?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Bernard.
Good morning.
Is it fair to say that following the results of the DNA comparison, which you said matched the DNA of Robert Baker, that you were convinced that Mr. Baker was one of the killers in the of Fabio Sementilli?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And did you arrest him?
He was arrested ultimately, yes.
Well, you found out that his DNA matched, I believe, on February 14th, 2017. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was just a couple of weeks after the murder?
Yeah, roughly 3 weeks.
Okay. And how did you obtain those results?
Well, first we obtained the blood swabs from the house and also the Porsche. They were collected, booked as evidence, requested for processing, and ultimately we received the results back. That's how it works.
And at that time, you had sufficient evidence to arrest Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
I guess you could have done it right away, yeah.
Well, you had proof that his blood was among, or perhaps all of the blood that was found at the scene, in the car, at the house, in the rooms, everywhere involving the crime scene and this murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had no results, or did you, of a second individual?
As far as DNA results,
Yes.
we did not.
Okay. So everything matched Mr. Baker.
Correct.
It matched no other suspect.
Correct. We knew we had outstanding suspects, though.
So at that point, you could have gone out and arrested Mr. Baker
Sure.
and confronted him with the DNA and any other questions you wish to ask him, if you wish to answer them, obviously.
Sure.
You chose not to.
Absolutely.
Okay. You knew there was a second killer involved in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume, obviously, your investigation was focused on finding the second killer as well as Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
And between the date of January 17th or 18th until the DNA results came in, from the day of the murder until the DNA results came in, this was an investigation in which you had no idea at that point who the killers might be, correct?
Correct.
And you had no suspicion involving Monica Sementilli.
No.
At some point, when the DNA results came back for Mr. Baker, did you go to Miss Sementilli and tell her that we had discovered that the killer, or one of the killers in this case, was Robert Baker?
No.
And the reason you didn't do that is you had some belief that perhaps Miss Sementilli was having some kind of relationship, affair, if you will, with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Well, no, not really. It wasn't until, I believe, the interview on February 21st of 2017 that there was any inclination that there was an affair happening that I'm aware of. I think that was the first that I knew about something maybe going on.
And that was based on?
Well, when we interviewed Miss Sementilli, and Jessica was also there. Jessica was the one that told us that Mr. Baker had slept over. She also denied that Baker was ever at the residence. So there was some questions there.
There were some questions there.
Yeah.
And at that point, you could have confronted her, obviously, with that evidence and asked her to explain, correct?
I mean, there was some effort to make some questions.
Well, I mean, did you ever confront her and say, were you having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
You asked her if she knew the name of Baker, and she said she thought the name was Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And at a later interview with her, she volunteered to you, or in response to a question, that he was a racquetball coach, where she played racquetball at LA Fitness. Is that correct?
I think it was all around the same time, yes.
Okay. So she gave you what you believed was the name, which was, in fact, the correct name, Robert Baker. And
Yes.
she told you he was a racquetball coach at LA Fitness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, you said at the beginning you had no suspicion about Mrs. Sementilli being involved with Mr. Baker in any way.
Up until that point, no.
Okay. So how much time had passed between the date that you received the DNA results matching Mr. Baker with the blood at the scene and in the car until you received some information, whether it was from Jessica or someone else, that Mr. Baker had been over the house or there'd been some contact with him?
I'm sorry, the date from the DNA hit to the date that we were pretty much advised of there was something going on?
Right, and you said that was based on some conversations with Jessica about
Right.
him having slept over and so forth.
Yeah, I guess it was roughly 7 days a week, somewhere around there.
Okay. And during that time, why didn't you tell Mrs. Sementilli that the DNA results had come back to match a Robert Baker?
Because it's my responsibility and my partner's responsibility to work this case. So we have a duty to not only figure out who one person is, but to figure out who the second suspect is, and if anything else is going on.
Okay. So the second suspect, obviously, you were aware of was the second killer. Is that correct?
Well, what we had a video showing two people running towards the residence. We had a
Correct.
video showing the Porsche leaving with two individuals in the Porsche, and that's what we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your investigation initially, when you were there the first day, You had no preconceived ideas as to what had happened here other than tragically one individual had been brutally killed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you ended up viewing a video tape of somebody or two individuals jogging up Victoria Street from Oakdale. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the person who notified you or supplied you with the information that there might be videotape was Monica Sementilli, correct?
I don't believe she was the only person that told us about videotape. I mean, there's cameras right when you turn that corner. It's very easy to see.
I understand.
So it didn't require someone to tell us necessarily that there was videotape at the corner.
But she did tell you.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe
You
so.
call and she gave you the name of the.
Yeah.
She mentioned it's the Homeowners Association, and she said she thought there were video cameras somewhere around the scene of the murder. Correct?
I'll agree with you. Yes.
And she gave you the name of some Leslie Hamilton and even a phone number and so forth to contact. Is
Yes.
that right?
Correct.
So she was providing you with information about cameras that perhaps had videoed or caught the two suspects coming up the street, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And you eventually did obtain those videos, correct?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
There was a residence that was right there that had access to those videos, and they were recovered.
And you know how long that took?
It was that night. We had copies of it.
And were able to view them?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen the video of those two individuals jogging up the street, correct?
I think the only thing I've seen in court here was a still image of it.
Okay. But there was a video of that as well.
Oh, yes.
And that video showed the individuals, when you adjust for time, and no one's questioning the times that you've given us after the adjustments. It was about 4:18 in the afternoon that you first see the two persons jogging up the street, correct?
I believe you're correct, yes.
And how far approximately would it have been, if you know, from where they were first seen on the corner there to arrive at the home of Sementilli?
20, 30 seconds, I would say.
Okay. And then at some point, obviously, they had to enter the location.
Correct.
Now, in your investigation, either initially at the scene or sometime thereafter, were you able to determine, or at least in your mind, what route the two individuals had taken in order to get to Fabio Sementilli in the backyard or the patio?
Not exactly.
At some point, you believe that they had gone around the back and got him from behind. Is that correct?
That was the most likely scenario, yes.
Okay. And did you at all calculate about how long it would have taken for two individuals jogging up to have taken that route and confronted Fabio Sementilli?
I mean, if they did it without any kind of waiting, I would assume it would be very quick.
Okay.
I didn't run it myself to judge.
Now, can you tell us what time it was again that the video caught the Porsche vehicle leaving the residence?
I can look at my notes if you'd like.
If you would, please.
The time the Porsche leaves,
Yes.
correct? 16:53 hours.
That'd be 4:53 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And we know the 911 call was made about 5 o'clock, is that right? Or a few minutes before, do you know?
Roughly, Isabella got home about a minute later, so the 911 call went out quickly after that, yes.
And when you see she got in a minute later, can you place a time on that?
Well, on the camera, you can see the vehicle arrive at 4:54, so 1 minute later. So with time to get out of the vehicle, walk into the house, I mean, it's fairly quick after that.
So 1 minute after the two killers leave the location, Isabella Sementilli arrives at the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
That gave the killers about a minute to escape, correct?
Correct.
And Monica Sementilli arrived shortly thereafter, say 5 o'clock, is that correct?
I have it on the video at 5:03.
Okay. So, based on what you previously told us, without any further information, the killers would have had how much time to travel from the front location or coming up the street in the back in order to commit the killing, the murder?
So from the time they are seen on video running around the corner to the time the Porsche is seen driving away, we have, let's see here, 35 minutes, if I'm doing my math correctly.
But you had some additional information regarding a time when Fabio Sementilli was still alive during that period. Is that right?
Correct.
You had information that he had placed a phone call to his company at 4:46 in the afternoon. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure of the time. I don't think that sounds correct. I thought it was prior to. Do you have something you can show me? That would help out. But I believe it was prior
Well,
to.
you don't have that?
4:30. I don't. Sorry, I don't.
All right, I will find that for you.
Okay.
But rather than do it at this time, let's assume we're talking about 4:45, 4:46.
Okay. I'm not sure that's correct, but go ahead.
I promise you I'll
Okay.
okay. For the sake of this question, if it is correct, then and he was alive at 4:46, then it would have been only a few minutes after that the murder had taken place, correct?
Assuming that's correct, yes.
And again, by that timetable, the murderers would have had approximately a minute or two to commit the murder, leave the location, and escape.
I'm going to object at this point because it assumes facts, not evidence.
You receive this as a hypothetical.
It's an improper hypothetical, Your Honor, because it's not based on fact.
I'm not so sure. It's overruled.
You understand the question?
So you're saying no? Repeat it, please.
Assuming the time is correct, the phone call is made at 4:46. You said the Porsche was seen leaving at what time?
At 4:53.
That would have left at a maximum, assuming the murder occurred right after the phone call and there was no time in between, about 7 minutes for the murder to take place for them. And then you said there was evidence of cleaning up, correct?
Yes, assuming you're correct, yes.
Okay. And there was also evidence, you said, of the suspects, the killers, traveling through the house, at least into some of the rooms, including the master bedroom, correct?
Yes, there were red stains throughout the residence, so yes, it appeared that something had happened after the fact.
Okay. So I take it you didn't try to figure out how much time that was. You just understood that it would have taken some minutes for that to occur.
Correct.
When you did your investigation, by the way, at the house, you were there the date. When you did your investigation, you were there on the actual date of the murder. You went up to the bedroom, is that correct, the master bedroom?
Yes.
You yourself?
Yes.
And you noticed some blood stains or red drops of blood in the bedroom, is that correct?
Red stains, yes, sir.
And those, as we have heard before, were all categorized and obtained and swabbed by Ms. Hawk, who was the criminalist, one of the criminalists on the scene. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure she swabbed every single stain, but she definitely recovered evidence.
Whatever she did, she told us.
Correct.
And whatever you found, you made sure that she was aware of, at least. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, you had some concern, I assume, that this might have been a no-knock burglary or some kind of a burglary gone bad?
It could have been, yes.
And so you were interested in whether or not items were taken or stolen removed from the house as part of the burglary?
Yes, sir.
And there was a safe there, is that right?
There was.
And what did you find in the safe?
I wasn't present when the safe was actually opened. I believe that happened in the morning, and it was Detective Bucknell and I believe maybe Gutierrez that were present.
Okay, let me ask this.
Yeah.
You said in the morning.
Yes.
Which morning are we talking about?
The following morning. So my partner and I, when this happens, we're tasked with a bunch of different duties.
Sure.
Okay? So I believe it's around 2:30 in the morning. My partner and I left. We have reports to complete. So we returned to our station and began completing reports. There were detectives that remained at the scene while other things were continuing to happen.
Which detectives do you call?
Like I said, I believe Detective Bucknell and I believe Detective Gutierrez were present.
And that was the night that you were there?
Well, this is into the following morning, so this would now be the morning of the 24th.
Okay. So the night you were there, you went into the bedroom
Yes,
and saw some ransacking, is that correct?
correct.
Did you attempt to document what may or may not have been taken? Talking to Ms. Sementilli or anyone else?
So, yes, but Miss Sementilli was not allowed back in the residence until the crime scene was cleared. So it would be impossible for me to talk to Miss Sementilli about what had been taken without her actually walking into the room, which wasn't going to happen because we still had an active crime scene.
And that had nothing to do with her being a suspect or anything. You just made sure all the family had been removed from the home, so there was no in any way affecting the evidence there or in any way.
Correct, and I think it's safe to assume too that we're investigating a murder. Although property was assumed to be taken, the property itself at that point was not the focus. I mean, we're going to get to it, but it's not the focus in that moment.
Okay, but one of your tasks was to determine if this was an actual burglary and just gone bad and the individual was there and they came upon and killed him?
Yes.
Or whether or not this was not a burglary at all?
Sure.
So that night, though, you did not open the safe or ask that it be opened to determine what was in it, what was missing, or anything of that nature?
Again, I believe that was done the following morning.
Okay. You left that for Detective Bucknell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me correct myself. The phone call, it appears, the message from Fabio Sementilli was at 4:27.
Correct.
That sound better?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So it would have been from 4:27 to the time that the Porsche was seen leaving the location at, 4:53?
4:53.
That whatever occurred between that period of time. Fabio Sementilli was alive at 4:27.
I would certainly assume so.
Okay. As soon as you knew that the Porsche vehicle was missing and had been driven away, was there some, I forget what they call it from my old days when watching Highway Patrol, APB or some notification, look for that car?
So we don't use that terminology.
I know.
But yes, we put it out to the divisions that there was a vehicle taken in a homicide. We put what's called a felony stop on the vehicle. Although in this case it's difficult, there was no license plate attached to it. It had paper plates. So we put out the fact that there were paper plates on a black Porsche 911, which is a very, I would say, unique vehicle. And that's how it works.
And did you get any hits on that notification that vehicle had been seen or stopped by any officers or anyone
No.
else? You had checked, I assume, other video cameras in the area?
We did. It was a long process. There were a lot of residences that led up to Ventura Boulevard. So going back to the video, the vehicle's last seen going northbound in Oakdale. Oakdale leads out to, essentially, if you kept going north, you'd run into Ventura Boulevard. However, there's a east-west street called Wells Drive, I believe it is, that's a major artery south of Ventura Boulevard. So if you get to Wells Drive, you can make a east or west turn, or you can keep going north. But if you go east or west, there's multiple routes to get back to Ventura Boulevard. So this made us, this video gathering, very tedious.
And did it produce any results, though? In other words, had the Porsche been seen or caught in any video following the time it was seen leaving the residence and going down the Victoria?
As I sit here today, I don't recall, but I do recall that we made multiple attempts, and anything we saw was, as it pertained to our investigation, pretty inconsequential with video recovery.
What do you mean inconsequential with video?
Like, as far as the Porsche itself, we didn't recover anything that was going to help us aid in where that Porsche ultimately went to.
But it would aid you in knowing if there was any DNA in the vehicle that matched anyone on the data bank, which eventually you said matched Mr. Baker. Is
The
that
video
correct?
itself?
No, to find the Porsche vehicle to obtain any evidence from it.
Right, but you got to understand something.
Sure.
Okay? There's two of us that are working this case. And we have limited time within a day to go out and do all this stuff. So for me to go door knock 10 residences with cameras, it's doable. But that's going to require multiple days just to recover video. Because I got to watch the video before I can recover it, correct?
Okay.
So it takes a long time to do this. So it's not something that happens like this.
Understood.
Yeah.
And your personnel to assist you at that time was limited to yourself and Detective Parshall?
We did have some partners that we work with in our unit. However, they have their own cases. So I can ask them to go out and get stuff. Like we sent them out to LA Fitness and Target and Ralph's because we had particular time frames we could look at. And generally, with their systems, it's easy to recover because they have people that work loss prevention that can assist us with that. When I go to somebody's house, I don't know the system I'm working with. I got to figure that part out. I got to figure out if it's even recoverable. So there's multiple things that go into recovering systems from people's residences versus going to a business.
Okay. So between the night of the killing until the time you got the DNA results, how many days was that, approximately?
I'm sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding this correct. From the night of the killing to the time we got the results, or
Yes.
from the time the vehicle was recovered?
Yeah, the vehicle was recovered how many days later?
2 days later.
Okay. And how far was it from the scene of the murder?
I believe 3, maybe 4 miles, roughly.
And was it in plain view, or was it in any way hidden in some way? Did you notice?
It was parked on I would call it a pretty rural residential street in the city of Los Angeles. These are bigger properties, but not well traveled.
Okay. And that car was immediately impounded for evidence to be recovered, if possible, from the interior of the vehicle.
Correct.
And I assume among the evidence recovered was blood from the interior of the Porsche.
Yes, there were red stains inside the Porsche.
Were you present when that was done, or was that done by some other crime lab personnel?
I was present at the impound yard when the recovery was taking place, and I believe it was Kwan that recovered.
Okay. And was there blood elsewhere besides the driver's side of the vehicle? In other words, in the passenger side?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't believe so.
What about, obviously, you had a lot of blood from the house, from the garage, kitchen area, patio area, and so forth.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. By the time you had recovered the Porsche, had you any results yet from any of the blood that had been recovered from the home?
No.
But I take it that was a priority immediately. Is that correct?
It was put in on a rush, but we don't dictate even what that means, or even if we get a rush on a case.
Okay. A rush means that it has to be transferred to what? Crime lab, DNA.
That we were asking for priority. There's thousands of cases in the city of Los Angeles that are all requesting DNA analysis on their cases, and we are asking for priority.
But this was your case.
It was myself and my partner.
Detective Parshall was designated the lead detective.
That is correct.
And he remained so throughout the time that you worked on the case. Is that right?
I mean, ultimately, it was transferred, I believe, somewhere in March to Robbery Homicide Division.
Okay, but we heard he had unfortunately passed away. That was after the work of you and he on this case. Is that correct?
August 21st, 2019.
Okay. And the arrest took place on?
June 14th, 2017, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, for the time in which, after the arrest, did you remain on the case with Detective Bartel?
I was partners with Detective Parshall up until the time of his passing.
And during that period of time, I take it there was obviously an interest in trying to determine who the second killer was. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as the second person seen running up the street, absolutely.
Yes. You believe he was a participant, assuming it was a he, in the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Well, we assumed they were in on it together. Yes, I don't know who did what at the time, but we assumed they were in on the crime together. Correct.
Okay. Now, between the time that you were present to examine the crime scene and the Porsche was recovered, or let me say the DNA was matched, what did you or Detective Parshall do to try to attempt to locate or identify the second killer?
Repeat your question one more time, please.
What did you do to try to identify the second individual?
You gave me some date and time frames.
Between the time that you were first there, the night of the killing, until you got the DNA results back identifying Mr. Baker.
Well, it's a little bit loaded question, sir. We didn't have anything, so we were looking at everything from burglary crews to gang members in South LA. We had no idea what we had, so
Okay.
We were doing everything possible to attempt to find out who either one of those individuals were.
Still operating on the assumption that it could have been a no-knock burglary, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what you told Monica Sementilli that you were looking for primarily, correct?
Yes, and I want to make sure we get the terminology correct. It's not no knock; it would be knock knock.
Knock knock.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes.
And knock knock meaning just a random burglary. Knock knock meaning you find out if someone's home. You tell me.
Yeah. So at the time of this, when this case occurred, there was, and for years prior and probably years after, there was a series of burglaries that were happening not only in the San Fernando Valley area but in other areas of the city. Essentially, where crews, usually of 3 people, would arrive at a neighborhood. They would go up to houses that I would assume they have checked out before. I'm not sure, but they'd go up to the front door. They'd knock on the residence. If there was no answer, they would go around the back of the residence, usually break in through a sliding glass door, burglarize the residence, and leave with the property. They were known as the flockers, but they were the knock-knock burglary crews.
And for how long would you say you investigated that as being one of the possible reasons for the burglary or the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
How long?
Yes, at some point you made a decision that this was not done by knock-knock burglars.
Yeah, I think it was February 14, 2017.
All right.
Yeah.
So you get the DNA results matching Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct.
There are no results matching a second individual.
That's correct.
You get information that Monica Sementilli had not been truthful with you about her contact with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you made the statement something it appeared she was a little too friendly with Mr. Baker, correct?
Did I say that?
Yes.
Oh, when did I say that?
Previously when you were...
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure, it sounds like something I could say.
Okay.
Yes.
And you had seen a photograph of Mr. Baker being at the family residence, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had, you said he had a Band-Aid on his finger, is that correct?
It appeared there was something on his finger, yes, in one of the photos.
Okay. So that in conjunction with what you had heard from Jessica caused you to believe that Monica Sementilli was not being honest with you about her relationship with Mr. Baker,
Correct.
that she was concealing it.
Yes.
Did you confront her with that?
No.
Object, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
It's overruled. But this is a good time for our morning recess. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. See you back in 15 minutes. Resume. So this building, everything goes wrong in this building. Last week it was colder than the Antarctic here. Now it's kind of warm. I don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. So dress like it's winter and summer. Detective Verda, you're still under oath, and the defense may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Detective Verda, you testified to, or what was played for you, were a series of phone calls between Monica Sementilli and you or Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were even more phone calls that you were not privy to because you were on just one side of the conversation and it was not recorded.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that she called many times to ask for an update on the case?
Yes.
And whenever you needed information from her, you called her?
Correct.
And that included some walkways, walkthroughs of the house, again, even after the initial night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, many of those phone calls to you had to do with the DNA evidence. Do you recall that?
She was asking for updates, yes. I don't know specifically. There were times where she asked about what we found in the Porsche, if anything had come back, yes. So I guess we could assume that's about DNA. I don't know if the word DNA were ever brought up.
Well, the idea was trying to identify the persons who killed her husband.
Yes.
That's how she presented it. And each time you indicated that, first, that there were many swabs you had to turn over, like 145, something like that, and you had to do it in sections, and it took a while to do that. You remember that?
Yes.
This was after you had already gotten the match of Baker as matching his DNA matching the blood in the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what you told her about the delay in obtaining the results of the blood comparisons was not true. It was a lie.
Information's a two-way street, sir. We were getting a lot of lies on our side, too.
Your Honor, we motion to strike.
Okay.
I have no doubt that whatever Ms. Sementilli said has been played for the jury, and we'll get to that. I'm talking about what you said. Okay?
We did not tell her the truth.
Okay. From the very, well, I assume the first night you were there and you questioned her about the murder, you told her the truth and you felt she was answering the truth as well.
Yes.
Okay. It was only on February 14th when you got the DNA results that you decided to do a ruse, as they say. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was a decision by you and Detective Parsha, is that right?
Yes.
And did it involve the District Attorney's Office?
No.
At some point, did you involve the District Attorney's Office in your investigation in terms of their input or what they wished you to do or not do?
I believe at one point, Detective Castro, our supervisor, had reached out to the DA's office, but that was really about it. I don't think there was a ton of input from their side.
Was there an approval of your deciding, even though you had sufficient evidence, not to go out and arrest Robert Baker?
Well, I'm sorry, repeat it again?
Was there an approval by the District Attorney's Office, as far as you knew, not to go out and arrest Robert Baker as soon as you found his blood all over the house and in the car?
I'm going to object calls for speculation on your side.
That's form system.
Did you seek any approval of the District Attorney's Office to halt or to wait on any arrest of Robert Baker?
Never once in my 20 years in law enforcement have I ever sought out the advice of the DA's office on how to handle a particular case, especially when it comes down to an arrest.
Okay. So that is left at least, well, let's just stick with this case. This was left entirely to you and Detective Parshall, is that correct?
The immediate decision, yes, although we do consult with our own supervision. Sure.
Okay. So did you have to get permission from your supervisors not to go out and arrest Robert Baker, even though you had sufficient cause to do so?
No.
It was your decision.
Yes.
Okay. And it was your decision from that point on to lie to Monica Sementilli every time you spoke to her about the progress of the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And each time she asked you about, what about the DNA? Hasn't it been submitted? Anything of that nature? Your response was, we've tried. It's a lot of DNA, correct?
Yes.
At one time you said it's all coming back to Fabio Sementilli, the matches, so that's not helping us, correct?
Correct.
On numerous occasions, and you correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps on every occasion you spoke to her, you said, don't worry, we'll get there, we'll find it, we'll solve this, just be patient.
Yes, sir.
But we can't tell you the progress of the case other than that, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that is from the moment you got the positive match on the DNA, you decided that your investigation was going to focus on Monica Sementilli, correct?
No, it focused on Robert Baker, and what Baker's activities were encompassed Monica Sementilli.
Okay. But Robert Baker, you could have arrested at any time after you got the DNA match, correct?
Sure.
What you were looking for is evidence involving Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
We were building a case, sir.
Okay. Building a case based on a belief that because she was having an affair with Mr. Baker, she likely was involved in the murder as well.
It definitely raised some suspicions.
Okay, fair enough. And a result of those suspicions, you engaged in a investigation that was quite detailed and involved quite a few officers and so forth to try and follow the steps and find the conduct, anything you could determine regarding the relationship between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Yes.
And that involved search warrants to get records of messages, text messages, anything of that nature, correct?
That's very common in most every case I've ever done.
Okay, and it was common in this case as well.
Yes.
But I assume it's not common in every case to have the parties tailed or officers placing a vehicle right next to theirs to try to overhear what they were saying, things of that nature.
Every case is unique.
Okay. And again, that was evidence to document the relationship between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
At that point, yes.
Okay. That continued from February 14th until the arrest, which was not until June of 2017. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So we're talking about 4 or 5 months. Is that correct?
Yeah, roughly.
And during that period of time, Robert Baker, who you had every reason to believe was a cold-blooded killer, was left on the street. Correct?
Yes.
As was, not your intention, but as was whoever his partner was, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could have arrested Mr. Baker and asked him who his partner was, or tried to make some kind of a deal with him if the district attorney's office agreed, or taken a lot of different steps to determine the second killer, correct?
Could have.
You did not.
Did not.
The focus was on Monica Sementilli at that time.
Focus was on building a case, sir.
Against Monica Sementilli.
We wanted to find the truth of what happened, and I believe we did.
I understand. And that's why you're here testifying.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's why we have a jury to decide whether it's been proven or not.
Object to counsel's soliloquy and ask that.
That's correct. It's getting argumentative now. Let's proceed, please.
Thank you. But the focus was on her and Mr. Baker, correct?
At that point, yes.
Okay. And again, it involved following her, videoing contact she had with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you involved personally in that, or was that, for lack of a better word, farmed out to another agency of the police department?
It's farmed out, and I can explain why if that helps.
Well, I assume it has to do with personnel.
It's one reason, yes.
And they're better equipped to do that because they do narcotics and tailing and things of that nature?
Yes, not only better equipped, but they also have special training as far as following people and the vehicles to do so and everything else. So,
But you had to give them, you or Detective Parshall, the instructions as to what you wanted them to do.
correct.
All right? And I assume that took place over a series of meetings and so forth.
Yes.
And the instructions were, I know you said to build a case, but let's get more specific. Were the instructions to follow her and him whenever they could?
I don't know about whenever they could. They also have other, assignments they're doing. So,
Who chose then when and how they would be followed or tailed?
I believe it's based on their availability.
Okay.
Yeah.
And their instructions were to, follow her from her residence or wherever she was going on particular days, correct?
Yes, to see the kind of activity that was going on.
All right. And also to follow Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
All right. Was Mr. Baker followed every day, as far as you know,
It's
during that 4 or 5 month period?
No, it's impossible.
Okay, obviously. So again, during that time period, you were aware that a murderer was on the streets who could have murdered again,
Well, I'm gonna
correct?
check, Your Honor, that's possible speculation.
It's argumentative, sustain on that ground.
All right. You were aware that Mr. Baker, in your opinion, was a cold-blooded killer, correct?
Been asked and answered twice now.
It's cumulative.
And he was followed only at times that it was convenient for robbery, homicide, or narcotics to do so, correct?
Correct.
Did you give them any specific orders as to when to do that, or was that left entirely up to them?
It was left up to them.
As well as following Monica Sementilli, is that correct?
Correct.
In the meantime, you were engaged in continuous contact with Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes, when she called, or when Detective Parshall decided to call her, yes.
Okay. And when Detective Parshall decided to call her, do you know, was that on his impetus, or was that to return a call from her?
I think there was both.
Okay. I assume you did not find it unusual that the spouse of a killed husband, assuming she was innocent, would also be calling and wanting to know what the stage was in the investigation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So in doing so, you expected perhaps that to occur on numerous occasions, correct?
Yes.
And on many of those occasions, there was no mention of life insurance or anything of that nature.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
It had mostly to do with, can you tell me what's going on? Why haven't you solved this? What about the DNA? And so forth and so on.
I don't know if mostly is the proper term, but yes, there was questions involved of all types.
Okay. And in all fairness, we have heard the actual conversations with transcripts documenting the nature of the calls, the exact contents of the calls, whether they were from her to you or you to her, and so forth and so on.
Correct.
Would you say they accurately reflected the conversations and the contacts between you and Detective Parshall and Monica Sementilli?
Yes, 100%.
Were there any other individuals in LAPD or on the case, as far as you know, who were contacting or being contacted by Monica Sementilli?
Not in regular contact, no. I mean, there may have been a random phone call or something. She may have talked to our supervisor at some point. I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I assume many times it was her leaving a message, and the person who would call back would be you and Detective Parshall.
Correct.
And again, every time that occurred, you were able to tape record that conversation. Is that correct?
I'm going to object again, that misstates the evidence.
I'll rephrase the question,
Very good.
Your Honor. The best you could, you were able to tape record those conversations, unless it was a conversation between Parshall and her, and you had not had the ability to record her side of the conversation.
Every effort was made to record the conversations.
Some you were not able to do.
Correct.
Now, at some point, in fact, in the very beginning, on the first day that you had gone to the scene and gone through the residence and spoken to Monica Sementilli,
you had asked her, you said something like, is this a dumb question, but do you have life insurance? And she had mentioned she wasn't sure, maybe with MetLife, the company that he works for, correct?
I believe she said that there was a policy, but only for the son, not her son, but Fabio's son. And I don't recall what the actual terminology was, but yes, there was possibly a company policy, maybe some stock options.
Okay.
Like that.
So possibly a company policy,
Right.
but there was a separate policy that Fabio Sementilli, to her knowledge, had taken out for Luigi, his son, by his first marriage. Is that correct?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Now, you became aware at some point that the insurance with MetLife was not just for Monica Sementilli, but was divided between her and her two children, correct?
Yes.
Jessica and Isabella, correct?
Correct.
And I take it that at no time did you have any question about whether or not they were involved somehow in illegal conduct or the murder of their father.
Correct.
So from the very beginning, you informed MetLife that the insurance for the two girls, as far as you were concerned, could be paid?
So I wasn't privy to that conversation. I believe that was Detective Parshall that handled that. So I don't know what exactly was spoken about, but yes, I'll agree with you that we did not believe that the girls were involved.
And Detective Parshall is the one who dealt with that?
Yes.
Why?
Well, this was his case. I was assisting him on it, so he was the primary detective and had those conversations.
But there were many times we heard on the tape that there was some conversation about sending in some form or the LA Police Department doing something with the company regarding the payment of the insurance, correct?
Correct.
And that had to do with clearing one or more of the parties, correct?
Yes.
At some point we heard a colloquy involving was Fabio the aggressor? And obviously he was not in this case, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
But that would be one of the questions that the insurance company would be interested in terms of paying his policy.
Yes.
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation. Move to strike.
It would. The answer's already in. Your motion's denied.
Did you make it clear to MetLife or the insurance company that the two children should be paid?
Again, I didn't have discussions with MetLife regarding that.
But when Monica kept bringing it up, you became aware that they had not yet been paid their shares of the life insurance from their father,
I'm going to
correct?
object again. Calls for speculation.
We heard on the tape recording the question came up about you filling out forms or LAPD filling out forms for the insurance company, correct?
Same objection. It's been asked and answered 3 times.
It's overruled.
Are we talking about the date, I believe it was June 14th? Is that the call we're talking about?
Fair enough, yes?
Yeah, again, that was a ruse, that there was a secretary filling out a form to release the life insurance.
But why was there a ruse about the two children?
There wasn't a ruse about the two children. That was in regards to her.
So it is your testimony as far as you knew that LAPD was putting causing no problems or any hold on any life insurance for the two girls.
That's my understanding.
Did you yourself ever determine whether or not in those several months until the arrest of Monica Sementilli, whether the children had ever been paid the life insurance?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
My point is, when she was calling up, at times talking about the life insurance, were you clear as to whether or not she was talking about herself or her children? Or was that, again, Detective Parshall?
Again, I didn't have any dealings with the life insurance company at all. My understanding was she was talking about her personal policy. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. You didn't follow through as far as the children were concerned and so forth.
It's a third party that's dealing with that. It's not our police department.
But Okay, someone in the police department is in charge of that, but not you.
Correct.
Okay. At any time during the course of your investigation until the arrest of Monica Sementilli, did you ever cease lying to her about the case?
I would object it's vague as to what particular issue.
It's overruled.
So from the moment this case started until the end of the case, I think there was plenty of times we spoke truthfully to her. There was obviously times where we used tactics to not give her specific information that could be used to identify what we were working on. We knew she had a relationship going with Mr. Baker at some point, and of course if we decided to say that, yeah, Mr. Baker, his DNA is in the vehicle and it's in the house, our case goes in the toilet. So.
Well, okay, your case goes in the toilet at any time that you said Mr. Baker was the second individual. Is that what you're saying? Was the killer of Fabio Sementilli?
Right. Based on the evidence it's seen that came back to Mr. Baker, knowing that Mr. Baker and Monica were in a relationship of some sort, we believed that there would be destruction of evidence the moment that we went and said to her, hey, by the way, the person you're having a relationship with, his blood's at your house.
And you could not have gotten search warrants and so forth to serve on Mr. Baker concurrent with his arrest, for instance?
That was done.
That was done?
Yes.
Okay. So at any time you could have gotten, and you did at some point, get search warrants for Mr. Baker and his residence, correct?
Could have, yes.
But you didn't do that until the arrest that took place in June.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Did you get periodic reports from the officers who were entrusted or assigned to do the following of Mr. Baker and Monica Sementilli, updates on what they had uncovered or what they found?
Yes.
And how often did that take place?
It wasn't immediate. I would say maybe within a day or two of their surveillance.
So every time within a day or two of their surveillance, you would get daily or every other day reports what had happened that day involving the two of them?
I wouldn't say every time. So I knew one of the members of the surveillance unit personally, so I would get a message here or there saying, hey, this is what's going on, but in detail of everything that happened on a particular evening, like a log of everything, I would get that for days later.
Okay, so within a week, for instance?
Yes.
And we're talking about several months, correct?
Yes, but as I recall, it wasn't an ongoing. I mean, there were times when they were available. We would get them for a week or two, and then they'd have other assignments they have to do that we can't dominate their time.
But whenever for whatever time period it was, you got periodic reports from them as to what was going on.
Yes.
And was that initiated by you always, or were they instructed to contact you every time they, for instance, saw a Monica Sementilli in the company of Robert Baker?
They would provide a log of what they did.
Okay. When did it become clear to you that Monica Sementilli was having an affair with Robert Baker?
Pretty early on. I want to say after the 21st, we had the interview with her, the walkthrough at her house. I want to say, if I can refer to my notes here.
Sure.
Yeah, even prior to that. So on the 19th.
I'm sorry, prior to what?
Prior to the 21st of February. Even on the 19th of February, they were already under surveillance. So,
okay.
and primarily at that point, it was to monitor what Baker was up to.
But my question was, at what point was it clear to you, based on their contact with each other, that they were engaged in some kind of relationship?
Well, again, at the 19th, I mean, he picks her up.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that it perhaps was a sexual relationship?
At some point, I don't recall the exact moment that was the case, but I remember G&D, Gang and Narcotic Division, was monitoring and surveilling them. And at one point, there was a situation outside of a bar. I believe it was referenced in the opening statements where she walks outside and actually touches a bouncer intimately and kisses that person. And so, of course, that's not Baker, but there's something going on here.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say there were other examples of that you became aware of during the course of your investigation?
At some point, yes.
So there was no doubt that they were having the affair?
It appeared so, yes.
Your role at that time, instead of arresting Mr. Baker at that time or arresting both of them, was to continue to see if you could get more evidence involving the affair. Is that correct?
Well, again, in my 9 years as a homicide detective...
Well, if you could limit it to just this
I
case.
can't.
You can't tell us if that was your goal?
No, I will tell you how I work my cases, if you want to know.
Well, I'm assuming that the way you work your cases is the way you work this one.
Yes.
So just tell us how you work this one.
I want everybody, sir. I don't want one person. I don't want Mr. Baker. I want everybody that's involved, and that includes the third suspect walking up the street and anybody else that's involved in this case.
Okay. So by following Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli as often as could be done by the extent of the resources that you had, you were also trying to find the second killer.
Yes.
By just seeing who was in contact with Mr. Baker?
No, at the same time all this is going on, we are writing search warrants. We're analyzing evidence from the search warrants as far as call detail records, if we can get them, text message information. We're looking for any way that Mr. Baker or anyone else may have been in contact with this third individual.
And at this point, based on what's occurred in this case, that an individual by the name of Christopher Austin has pled guilty to being the second killer in this case, correct?
Yes.
At the time that this was going on, were you aware of Christopher Austin?
No, sir.
And because you did not arrest Mr. Baker, you were not able to question him about Mr. Austin, correct?
This name.
Did you ever question Mr. Baker before his arrest involving Christopher Austin?
No.
In fact, once again, your goal was to make sure that neither Ms. Sementilli or Mr. Baker were aware that you were following them.
That's correct.
The first night that you came out to the scene, Detective Verna, did it appear to you that Monica Sementilli was reacting as someone might expect a grieving spouse to react, just having learned about the brutal murder of her husband?
Yes. However,
And
as I was on direct.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
However, you said that one thing that you noticed was that you didn't see any tears. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you saw crying, you saw everything that we heard on that tape recording, which speaks for itself, but you're saying you did not see tears.
Physical tears, correct.
Come on. And this would not have shown up, obviously, on the tape recording one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report that evening or thereafter of the first night that you were at the scene and conducted your investigation?
I did.
All right. And do you have that in front of you?
I can get it.
Your Honor, may I approach and maybe...
Again, counsel, you can approach without permission.
Let me show you, that you can ignore the highlighting,
Yes.
and look at that report and tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that's the report that was prepared that night.
So this is the crime report. There's also should be a witness statement form that's also available.
Okay, and you have that as well.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
in either or in any of these reports did you document that you thought it was unusual that there were no tears shown by Mrs. Sementilli?
I did not.
Why not?
Again, the relevance of it at the time, I believe, was inconsequential. People handle grief in a number of different ways. So maybe for her, that's a normal reaction. I don't know. I'm not, and simply based on whether the tears or not, it's not something I say, oh, this person did something based on that.
Okay.
So
at the time, you didn't think it was necessarily unusual because people grieve in many different ways. Some have tears, some don't, so on and so on.
Sure.
And for that reason, you never recorded it in any report.
Yes.
You understood that it was not something that was going to show up by the recording, which otherwise would be the best way of determining what went on and what you were told or not told during any of these interviews, and we have all of them. You understand that?
Right.
So the only way that would be documented would be if you had written it in some report.
Correct.
Do you remember the first time that you first mentioned believing or noticing that there were no tears being by Mrs. Sementilli when you interviewed her the first time?
Well, the night of, my partner and I both commented on it.
Okay.
So that was the first time.
And did he record it anywhere?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And as I
It's
said,
something we put in our back pocket.
okay.
That's
And
it.
unfortunately, obviously, he's passed away, so
Yes.
we cannot do that.
Right.
Any other way that you documented that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you did, well, after the arrest, eventually, of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, which took place in, I believe, June, is that correct?
Yes.
There was a grand jury it convened, and they took evidence in the case in terms of the investigation and so forth and the prosecution of the case, remember?
Yes.
And you were called to testify at that time.
Yes.
And at that time, isn't it true that for the first time, you mentioned that you didn't see any tears on Mrs. Sementilli the night of the murder?
As far as in a court setting?
Yes.
Yes.
As far as any documentation of any kind, whether it be in court or out of court?
Yes.
That was the first time.
Yep.
And obviously, that followed not only the arrest of Monica Sementilli, but the prosecution of her as a co-conspirator in this case. Correct?
Yes.
So once you learned that she was being charged as a defendant, at that time, for the first time, you felt it important to document that you had seen, you thought, no tears. Correct?
It was the first time I was asked a question, yes. And so, yes, that's the first time I brought it up.
You say the first time you were asked a question. What were you asked?
Well, we were talking about the interview of Monica, and that's how it came up.
And you were asked by the district attorney?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did she specifically ask you if you saw any tears or not?
I don't recall the exact question.
You volunteered that, isn't that true?
I might have.
If I could have 1 second, Your Honor. Or 1 minute.
All right, let me read from you from the grand jury transcript and see if this refreshes your memory, or if this in fact was page 53.
Counsel, can you wait one moment?
Yes, page 53, lines 6 through.
Your Honor, I'm going to
20.
object. It's not inconsistent with what he said.
Well, if it's to refresh his memory, it can't be read in any event. Sustained on that ground. If you want to refresh his memory, you can approach him with the transcript or the copy of the transcript.
All right, let me approach, Your Honor, if I may. Let me take a look at the line starting at the top of the page to yourself.
Yeah, I'm reading right now.
Okay. You were asked, was this the first time you've been asked to describe how Monica Sementilli reacted or was reacting at the time that you first contacted her?
Yes,
Okay.
as far as I know.
And you indicated she was uncontrollably upset, correct?
Yes.
Breathing heavily, sobbing, physically
Your Honor, I
upset.
object to counsel reading from the transcript.
Well, I don't know if he's reading from the transcript or not. He's asking questions I'm allowing.
I'm just asking you if this is what occurred. You don't remember the exact questions and answers, right?
I don't.
I showed you the transcript. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, and it appears accurate.
Okay. And you said she was uncontrollably upset, breathing heavily, sobbing, just physically upset. However, I did notice that she was not crying. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked, what do you mean by that? And you said there weren't tears coming down her face when she was upset. Question, so in other words, she appeared to be crying, but there wasn't any actual tears. And you said correct. The question was, did that strike you as unusual at that time? And you said it did. But you did indicate that through your experience, people respond differently to notice of death and so forth.
Yes.
Right? That true?
Correct.
So although it was something you thought unusual, you didn't suspect anything at the moment. Is that right?
Correct. Like I said, something you put in your back pocket, that's it.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do with that.
And so if this investigation had resulted in the arrest and conviction of Robert Baker or anyone else, not including Mrs. Sementilli, it would have remained in your back pocket.
I'm not a psychologist, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Just a homicide detective.
But once you knew that she was charged and your investigation, you believed, had led to the prosecution of her, then you thought it was significant, correct?
Could be.
Took it out of your back pocket and said it for the first time before the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything else about the conduct of Monica Sementilli that first day, first night that you went to the scene that you felt was unusual or you put in your back pocket, for instance?
No.
She answered all the questions you had, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and told you where she had been that day, where Fabio was located when she left and when she came back and so forth and so on.
She answered all of our questions. I had nothing to go on whether they were accurate or not, but she answered every question.
Understood. And there were many other times when you called her and asked her to answer more questions or come out or do a walkthrough or so forth, correct?
Yes.
And every time she agreed and complied with your request, is that correct?
Okay.
Just, if she could, I mean, I know there were times she was out of town and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I did, some of the accuracy of her answers were definitely not good.
In your mind, obviously.
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's statement.
So argumentative.
And strike his statement.
Statements of counsel cannot be stricken by law, but it's improper.
All right.
I'd ask the court to advise the jury.
Witness statements can be stricken. Counsel statements can just be admonished. Good enough, counsel?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Fine with me. Fortunately, in this case, obviously, we have transcripts of all the interviews and all the times you came out to the scene.
Yes.
You have questions concerning some of those answers, and obviously, the jury's going to hear that and our responses, and that's what we're here about.
Yes.
But my point is, at no time did she say to you, you know, I've got an attorney, and I've decided not to talk to you anymore.
No, she didn't say that.
At a couple of times, she even said to you, friends have been asking me to get a private investigator. Do you think I should do that? Right?
Yes.
And your response was, not necessary, we're getting close, you don't need it, basically.
She could do it if she wanted to. It's not. It has nothing to do with our investigation.
No, yeah, but do you recall in your response you said, we're getting close, don't worry about it, we'll get there. Is that right?
Yes.
And each time that she requested or talked to you about that or getting a private investigator, you continually said, we're almost there, we're about to solve this case, be patient.
Yeah,
we'll
essentially,
get there.
don't waste your money. We got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were even times when she asked permission to go back to Canada for a memorial service and so forth.
I'm going to object. That assumes facts, not evidence.
I haven't heard the rest of the question. You may finish your question.
She had indicated you at times she could not meet you at the time that you had requested because she was going back for a memorial service for her husband, correct?
Overruled?
Yes.
And you said, fine, we'll make it another time. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever go back to the location and take a look at the safe?
I don't believe I did.
If this was indeed a no-knock burglary, you would have expected valuable items to have been taken. Is that correct?
Knock-knock? Burglary?
Yes, knock-knock, yes.
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay. Did you get a list from her of the items that she said she thought was missing and so forth?
At some point, yes.
Mostly that was costume jewelry. Said they didn't take the good stuff.
I think a set of pearls and currency, yes.
And you had noticed, I believe, that there was a Rolex watch on the wrist of Fabio Sementilli when he died, correct?
Yes.
And it had remained there, had not been taken, correct?
Correct.
Which you thought was unusual if this was a knock-knock burglary. Or am I wrong?
I can explain if you'd like, but if you're going to take the time to, if you're going to go to somebody's place and do and if someone's present there, if you're going to someone's home and someone's present, it's no longer a burglary. Now you have a home invasion robbery. If you're going to go to that extent and you're going to kill the person, you might as well take what's value on them, correct? I mean, if you're going to go to all that work.
Okay.
So that's what we were believing.
And especially if you were staging a robbery or burglary, you would take the expensive items, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
In your experience? In your experience?
Same
Would,
objection.
if a burglary was being staged to cover up a murder, for instance, would you expect the Rolex and other expensive items to have been taken?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I've come across too many staged burglaries in my experience.
Okay.
So I don't know if I have expertise to answer that.
Okay. But the fact that the Rolex watch was not taken for you meant what?
Again, if you're going to go through all of the work and risk of not only burglarizing a house where no one is home, but if you're going to go there and commit a home invasion robbery, I would assume that you're going to take the valuable property that's there, including whatever is on the person's body.
And the fact that it was not taken was one item of evidence that you thought led to the fact that this may not have been a burglary, but instead a murder.
It's one piece, yes.
Okay. Okay. And that didn't, once you got the DNA results, the idea that this was a murder did not change. Is that correct?
You mean a burglary or?
Well, the idea that it was a burglary did not change. You were convinced it was not a burglary. This was a...
Right, it was always a murder.
A murder.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you made that determination, Detective Verna, again, your sole goal was to find as much evidence as you could against Monica Sementilli to tie her with Robert Baker.
My job was to solve this case, sir.
Okay. And that included, as you said, finding as much evidence as you could to document her contact and her affair with Robert Baker.
At the time, there was a strong suspicion that she may have been involved in what's going on in this case.
And your job
And
was
that's why we were doing what we were doing.
and your job was to find evidence to prove that that was true or not true. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you did throughout your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Up to and including the arrest of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Somewhat correct. We gave the case to Robbery Homicide Division at, again, sometime in March. And at that point, they were directing the progress of the case. We were present because we had a relationship with Monica as far as communication goes. But they were taking the wheel at that point.
And you took advantage of that relationship to be the primary contact between yourself and Monica Sementilli, correct?
Advantage?
Well, you used it to try to get evidence, correct?
I don't know how much we gained by remaining in contact with her, except for there would need to be a person that needed to be in contact with her.
Well, who decided it was going to be you as opposed to someone else?
We had built a rapport, sir.
Okay. So using that rapport, you took advantage of that to stay in contact with her and, in effect, to lie to her about what the investigation had revealed, where it was leading, and what you already knew about it.
Well, I don't agree with your word advantage. I mean, we didn't really have much of an advantage. We were basically just a point of contact at that point, and if you look back, I don't think there's a ton of evidence that we gained between that period of March to June. I mean, there were some phone calls that were made, but there was nothing super significant that was found out. So I think the term advantage is not correct.
Exactly. You didn't find a whole bunch of evidence to tie her at that time.
That's not what I said. I said the phone calls did not show much.
Okay. And the visits to the scene with her as well. I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. When you spoke to the defendant after learning from her daughter Jessica that Baker had spent the night in her mother's bed while her father Fabio was out of town, and you asked her specifically about all the individuals in the racquetball league, specifically a person named Robert. The defendant lied to you at that point, correct? She told you she thought his last name was Baker, correct?
That's what she said, yes.
You also were asked about multiple questions with respect to why this didn't look like it was consistent with the knock-knock burglars. None of those cases involved a murder of someone, a homeowner, correct?
That I'm aware of, yes.
on top of that, in those cases, they went out of their way not to contact anybody who might have been in the home, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And as I asked you a few days ago, last week, in this case, it appeared that the homeowner was targeted as opposed to any property in the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And so at that point, it didn't fit the profile of a home burglary. Is that right?
It was inconsistent with the crimes that were occurring in that area, yes.
And more than that, as you pointed out, given that the homeowner was in the residence or outside of the residence, the one room that was targeted, the master bedroom, had an indication that the burglary was subsequent to the murder, correct?
Yes.
Where the victim was on the back patio area. Is that right?
Correct.
In addition to attempting to conceal her familiarity with the person whose DNA came back to the crime scene as well as in the car, in this case, the defendant also lied to you with respect to her knowledge of a life insurance policy where she was the main beneficiary, correct?
That's argument.
Sustained.
Did the defendant lie to you regarding the fact that she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you the truth regarding the fact that she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever mention to you that she knew she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
No.
Along with the affair-raising suspicions, did her repeated lies also raise suspicion?
Objection, argumentative.
It is sustained.
Going back to when you were asked about your testimony before the grand jury and you said that was the first time you were asked the question, in looking at that portion of your testimony, does that actually indicate that you were asked the question about the defendant's demeanor for the first time in a court?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Concerning the life insurance, you were aware, were you not, that a party to a murder could not benefit by getting the life insurance under the current state of the law in California?
No, Judge, it's irrelevant.
I'll title.
It's overruled.
I'm not aware of that specific law. We generally handle gang homicides in our bureau, so
All right, I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that's non-responsive.
No, it explains why this person is not knowledgeable in this area.
gang members don't typically have life insurance policies, so it's not something I dealt with all the time.
Well, were you never informed by the district attorney's office or anyone else in law enforcement that you should contact MetLife and tell them that Monica Sementilli, in your mind, was a suspect in this case, and therefore she should not be awarded the life insurance she would ordinarily have been due from MetLife?
I'm pretty sure indirectly that's what was going on.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm pretty sure indirectly that's what was going on.
What do you say indirectly?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell somebody that hey, we're investigating her as the one of the suspects of this case. It's not going to happen.
Well,
I don't care who they are.
But you were aware, LAPD, and you were aware that she had life insurance with MetLife,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware it hadn't been paid because she was asking you about it, correct? And when were you going to find out who the hell killed her husband?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's argumentative and it's also cumulative.
So,
Say it again.
She was constantly hounding you about when you were going to find out who killed her husband.
She was.
Correct? And also the fact that until you found who killed her husband or cleared her, they would not award her the life insurance, correct?
She was going to have to wait. You're right.
Right. And her children as well?
I'm not aware of the children, if the children got paid out or not.
All right. And she even indicated to you that she may have to move because of what was going on financially and so forth.
Decisions have consequences, sir.
Okay. Well, my question is, did she tell you that?
Yes.
And that whatever salary MetLife, his company, P&G, were paying was going to run out after 6 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she even asked you, you know, if that was all right if she moved or whatever, and you said that's up to you, correct?
Yep.
So every time she contacted you and was asking what the hell was going on with this case, you basically led her on to say, don't worry, we've got it. DNA's going to match. We'll take care of it, correct?
We had it, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
any further other people?
Yes, just briefly. That's what homicide investigators do, right?
Objection.
You investigate. You don't give your inside information of your investigation to the person you're investigating.
Based on the totality of the question, it's overruled. But next time there's an objection, stop.
I'm sorry?
Next time there's an objection, stop and let me say something.
I-
There's an objection in the middle of your sentence. I would not have avowed the objection, but you need to stop so I can rule.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Did
May
you
answer.
Can you repeat
Sure.
it?
As a homicide investigator, or as a homicide investigator, you don't tell suspects that you're investigating them, correct?
Unless you got a really good reason to do so.
And you don't tell them what evidence you have against them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any further?
Just one question. A real good reason might have been to say, Monica Sementilli, we know you're having an affair with Robert Baker. He was the killer in this case. You tell us what happened. You never said that to her.
She's the one that said her boyfriend was her husband, and that was not the case.
Okay. Thank you, Emma.
Any further other people?
No.
Thank you, Detective Verna. You're
Thank you.
excused. Please make call the next witness.
People call Matthew Nurse.
Heads up, there's a holiday next week, and some days that we're going to be dark next week. The holiday is Lincoln's birthday on the 12th. We'll be dark on Thursday and Friday. Monday is President's Day. What a great job. That's also a holiday.
What about Wednesday, Your Honor?
The 12th. You mean this Wednesday? Yeah, that's a holiday.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Matthew Nurse, MATHEWNURSE.
Microphone, please, a little louder. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nurse.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about the year 2017, but before I get there, what do you do for a living now?
I'm an innovation engineer at Nike.
What does that mean?
I work for NXT Footwear Department that create future footwear product coming out for the future.
All right. Now, back in 2017, that time frame, did you live in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do for employment back during that time frame?
I worked at LA Fitness.
And is that the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a personal trainer.
Okay. And I think a personal trainer might be self-explanatory, but what specifically did you do as a personal trainer?
Train people to get better physically and get them in shape if they wanted to.
So do you have individual clients then at LA Fitness?
Yeah, it was a one-on-one training type.
And how long had you been working there as of, let's go with January of 2017, how long have you been working there?
4 years.
Now, the defendant sitting in court over here with the long dark hair, the black suit next to the gentleman in the gray suit, do you recognize her?
Yes.
How do you recognize her?
She was one of my clients.
And how do you know her? What name do you know her by?
Monica
Do you know her last name?
Sementilli.
Was she what? You said she was one of your clients. When did she join the gym, if you know?
I think it was 2 years after I started.
Okay, so do you know what year that would be?
17, 16, maybe 14, 15, 2015 or 14.
Okay, somewhere in that time frame, she joined the gym. And did you immediately become her trainer?
Yes, I believe so.
And what did that involve as far as, did you have individual training sessions with her in LA Fitness?
Yeah, so once you become a member of LA Fitness, they put you through a process and give you an option to sign up with a personal trainer. And then I became her trainer. It was a one-on-one, and I think the contract was for a year. It was 6 months or a year.
How long then would you meet with her, like during a week? Was it once a week, twice a week?
I think it was once a week.
Okay, so once a week she would come to the gym, you would train her. And during that time, did you start building a friendship or a relationship with her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame then, we're just talking about that first contract. And you believe it was, did you say 6 months or a year?
Yes.
Do you know which it was?
It might have been 6 months.
Okay. That first 6 months that you're training her, did you start talking to her about personal things?
Yes.
Did she talk to you at all about her family or her home life?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She would talk about her kids, and then she told me she was unhappy in her marriage.
Do you recall when that happened? And again, we're in this first 6 month time frame. Are we still in 2015, or have we moved on to the next year?
Maybe moved on.
Okay,
I
so
can't
around
recall.
sometime in 2016?
Yes.
Do you know, if you recall, how that conversation came up?
I think she said she was unhappy and that she thought he was cheating on her.
Did she say anything else that you remember?
Not that I recall.
Did that conversation then continue? I'm unhappy in my marriage. She told you that. Did she ever talk about it again during that first 6 months?
Maybe again.
Okay.
I can't recall.
You think maybe, but you don't recall?
Yeah.
Okay. Was your impression then that, based on her words, she wasn't in a happy marriage?
Yes.
It's overruled, so based on this witness's subsequent conduct.
Now, you said she talked about her kids, too. What did she tell you about her kids?
She just told me about her two daughters, both in high school.
Okay. Did she seem like she did things with her daughters and was a good mom to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the marriage, did you give her any advice on her marriage when she told you that she was in an unhappy marriage?
I asked her, when she told me she was unhappy, I said, why don't you just get a divorce?
And what did she say to you?
Why throw away 20 years?
Did you ask her anything further about that?
No.
Did you ever talk to her again about getting a divorce or leaving her husband?
No.
Now, during this first 6 months, did she ever show any interest in you romantically?
Yes.
How so? Can you explain how that occurred?
I think it was a lot of flirting, and she asked me out for drinks one time.
And did you take that asking out of drinks to be a proposition to have more of an intimate relationship?
Yes.
Did you go out?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That calls for conclusion and speculation.
Again, the way to show this witness's subsequent conduct is overruled.
When she asked you out for drinks, was this the time frame when you were actually, at that time, training her in the gym?
Yes.
And the conversation out for drinks, were you actually, like, physically doing a training session at that time, if you remember?
I can't remember if it was training her or not.
Okay, so that first 6 months, did you have any interaction with the defendant other than just training her in the gym?
No.
So, in other words, did you ever go sit off to the side and have coffee together and talk about life, or was it strictly just training sessions?
Strictly training.
So during that time, she asked you out for drinks.
Yeah.
And did you go?
No.
Why didn't you go?
I wasn't interested.
Did you tell her you weren't interested?
I told her no.
Okay, did you expand on that or say any reason why?
No.
At that time, did you have a girlfriend or were you in any form of a relationship?
I was in a relationship.
So after that 6 months, you said no to going out to drinks. Did the training sessions continue then after that 6 months?
They did.
And what happened?
Yes, they did.
What happened?
She had said she wanted to continue training, but at her house.
Was this something normal that you did, go to people's houses to train them?
No.
Did that make you feel uncomfortable at all?
Objection, that's legal.
Overruled.
No.
Did you feel like that had anything to do with wanting to spend time with you since she'd already asked you out for drinks?
Yes.
Did you agree to train her at her house?
Yes.
Did she offer to pay you money for these training sessions at her house?
Yes.
How much was that, if you recall?
I think it was 50. 50 or 45. 40 or 50 between that.
So that would entail what? A workout session at her house for how long?
40 minutes.
Council, let me interrupt. We're taking our lunch and recess now until 1:30. The evidence applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves with anyone else in form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Mr. Nurse, I'll see you at 1:30 as well. President Sementilli, defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and alternate are present. Good afternoon. And Mr. Nurse, you're still under oath. People may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Nurse, where I left off, I was asking you some questions about the private training that you were going to do with the defendant. And just to reiterate, your testimony was that you were going to start providing workout sessions at her home. Is that correct? About 1-hour sessions at her home?
Yes, that's correct.
Previously marked exhibit number 9. Is that the house where you went to?
Yes.
Okay. When you were doing it, so did you in fact then start doing those sessions?
Yes.
And this would be about what time frame, if you recall? Like 2016?
Correct.
Like mid-year?
Maybe early 2016.
Okay, early. So you know that the murder occurred in January of 2017, backing up. Does that sound about right? A
Yes.
year prior to that? Is that what your thoughts
Yes.
are, somewhere that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you end up going to her house?
Approximately 5.
And when you went to her house, who was there?
Her daughter was there a couple times.
Do you know her daughters?
Yes.
Okay, and who are her daughters?
One was named Belle and Jessica.
Exhibit 11 up on the screen, is that, do you recognize her?
Yes.
Is that Jessica?
That's Jessica.
And then exhibit 12, I'll put up on the screen. Do you recognize that as one of the daughters?
Yes.
Is that Isabella?
Yes.
Now, when you went to train with the defendant, did you only train her?
Yes.
And where did you train her?
Outside in the patio and in the living room area.
I'm sorry, I hit my hand. So if I'm mark is people in 55. Oh, I'm sorry, it's already been marked. I withdraw that. People's Exhibit 9 is an aerial view of the backyard. Do you recognize as the backyard area of the Sementilli house?
Yes.
When you trained the defendant in the backyard, where did you train her?
Right along the pool side, close to the house.
So this walkway right here?
Yes.
Okay. When you trained her, were her daughters ever out there with you?
No.
Were they home at the time that you saw?
Yes.
What about People's 13, her husband, Fabio? Did you ever see him home when you trained her?
No.
Out of those, what did you say, 5-6 times you never saw him there?
No.
Did she ever tell you where he was when you were training her at the house?
No, she never told me.
Now, while you're at the house training her, did she ever have any more conversations about her husband, Fabio?
No.
Did you ever see him come to the gym where you worked?
Yes.
How many times?
I think 2.
Can you explain when you saw him and what you saw him doing there?
I was training her at the time, and I think the first time he came up, and that's when I met him. He introduced himself, and I think he was working out or doing his own workout.
Okay. Did they work out together that you saw?
No.
Now, if I may mark this people's, this time 55, and photograph of an individual female
Very well.
with the name Fariba, parentheses, Faye at the top. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
How do you recognize that person?
Faye was also a client of mine.
So you knew her as Faye,
Yes.
and she worked out at the gym with you.
Correct.
Did you introduce her to Monica?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Faye, I think at the time, was single and said she didn't have much friends and wanted a social life.
Okay.
So that's when
Were you already training Faye before you were training Monica?
I think I was training them both at the same time.
So you introduced them.
Yes.
Did they play in the same racquetball league then, if you know?
Yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
So you trained and you played in the racquetball league?
Yes.
When you say occasionally, what does that mean?
I think the league was once a week, and when I could, I would play in the league. But if I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And that included playing with the defendant and Faye?
Yes.
Let me mark as People's 56. Photo of an individual, the name Elise Blue.
Yes.
Do you recognize this person in People's 56?
Yes.
Who is that?
Elise, she played in the racquetball league. I met her a couple times from the league.
Did you train her?
No.
From your experience at the gym, then, did you see Elise, Faye, and the defendant playing racquetball, hanging out together?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that they were friends?
Yes.
One more photo for you. If I may mark as People's 57, two photos of an individual that's entitled Robert Baker, LA Fitness.
Very well.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Rob Baker.
And what did you know him as? What did you call him?
Rob.
Okay, Rob. How did you know Rob?
I met Rob at the LA Fitness because I don't know if he was employed with LA Fitness, but he ran the racquetball league.
Was he already working there when you started working there 4 years prior to January of 2017?
I believe so.
Would you say that you became friends with this Rob Baker?
Yes.
Did you have his cell phone in your phone?
Yes.
Where you could text him?
Yes.
Did you ever hang out with him socially outside of the gym?
No.
What did you know to be his exact job at LA Fitness?
His exact job at LA Fitness, it was just to run the racquetball league.
And what does that mean as far as hours? Is he there most every day, or was the league on only specific days?
It's a rule.
Can you repeat that?
Do you know what days the racquetball league, I'll rephrase it, do you know what days the racquetball league was in effect, or what days it was run?
I don't know what exact days, but it was more, maybe 2 to 3 times a week. He would be there evening time.
Were you there every day or certain days a week?
At that time, I was there Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full day, and Tuesday and Thursday, I only worked evenings.
While you were working there, did you see Rob Baker, did you ever see him hanging around with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you ever notice anything that caught your attention between the two of them?
I did. They started coming into the gym together to play racquetball or...
So why did that catch your attention?
They would come in and work out during the day, or play racquetball during the day, and Rob would only come during the evening, so that's caught my attention.
So he was coming on hours that weren't his work hours, is that correct?
Correct.
And during those hours, did he appear to you that he came with the defendant?
Yes.
Meaning they came into the gym at the same time?
Yes.
And would they appear to leave around the same time?
I believe so.
And what time frame are we talking about here now? Again, given that the murder happened in January of 2017.
Afternoon, 1 to 4.
I'm sorry?
12 to 4.
I meant what months?
Oh, what months?
We're in 2016 at this point.
Yeah, I can't remember what months. I can't recall what months.
Okay.
Exactly.
Was it in the time frame of somewhere between 6 months before the murder, that time frame?
Maybe 4, maybe not 6.
Okay.
Maybe.
Did you ever, let's start with Mr.
Say it again, sir.
Maybe 4 months before.
Let's start with Rob Baker. Did you ever ask him if he was having any form of outside relationship with the defendant?
No.
Did you ever ask the defendant while you're training her if there was something going on between her and Rob Baker?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
I asked her if there was anything going on, and she told me no, it's nothing.
Was there any more to that conversation?
No.
And this, again, is prior to the murder, is that right?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the day of the murder, January 23rd, 2017. Did you work that day?
Yes.
And were you working as a trainer then? That
Yeah.
day, same thing you testified to?
Yes.
did you see the defendant and, well, let's start with the defendant. Did you see the defendant at the gym that day?
Yes.
Did you see Baker at the gym that day?
Yes.
Do you know what time it was?
Close to 12.
Now, back in August, exactly August 2nd of 2017, did you interview or sit down and get questioned by some LAPD detectives?
Yes.
And at that time, was it at LA Fitness?
Yes.
Were you able to pull up and kind of look back at like when they swiped cards to get in?
I wasn't. But,
Did they? Go
but
ahead.
you can.
Okay. Did the detectives then ask you about dates and times that you knew them to enter the gym on the day of the murder?
I believe so.
If I may mark as Exhibit 58, it's a still shot of an individual on the sidewalk appearing to enter LA Fitness.
So marked.
Exhibit 58, do you recognize the scene that that camera is depicting?
Front of LA Fitness?
Okay. The individual, sorry, the front of LA Fitness is, and the individual walking in, do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Monica?
Okay. The process of when someone walks in, what do? How do they get accepted into the gym?
At that time, it was a key card that they swiped or checked in with.
And that was to prove you're a member?
Yes.
11:49 and 20 seconds on the timestamp. Does that appear accurate as to what time you saw Monica, the defendant, at the gym?
Yes, because I usually stop my training from 12 to 4 because it's a dead period in the gym, but I was still with a client at that time.
When you saw her come in?
Yes.
Okay. Let me mark as People's 59, an individual male entitled Robert Baker entering LA Fitness.
So marked.
People's 59 up on the screen. Is that the same vantage point that you already testified to as far as the front of LA Fitness?
Correct.
You recognize that person walking in?
Yes.
Who's that?
Rob?
Rob Baker?
Rob Baker.
And then the timestamp of 11:59:24, does that coincide with the time that you recall seeing Baker enter the gym?
Yes.
Okay. While they were in the gym, were you able to see the two of them if they were together at all?
When they came in, there's a designated area for trainers, a training area where I was in, and both of them walked right past me towards the racquetball courts.
If you remember, do you recall them carrying any rackets?
I think they had their backpacks.
Okay, so you didn't necessarily see any rackets, but they were going towards the courts?
No, they had the racket sticks out of the backpack, I believe.
And you saw them walking towards the courts. Did you see them play any racquetball?
No.
Do you know, subsequently, from your own experience and what you saw, if they played racquetball?
Well, no foundation, you're on speculation.
From what you saw is overruled.
Can you repeat that?
It was kind of a confusing question. Did you ever see them at any point playing racquetball that day?
No.
Did you see the defendant's daughter, Jessica, come into the gym that day?
I did.
And did she come at the same time frame as her mom?
Yes.
What did you see her do?
She was signing up for a membership again. And I asked her, are you signing up for a membership again? And that's what she told me.
She told you she was?
Yes.
So had you known her previously to be a member of the gym?
At first, I think she had a membership. Yeah, she had to have a membership.
Okay. Now, you testified that you saw the defendant come in, you saw Baker come in. Did you ever see Jessica enter the gym?
Yeah, she was at the front in the gym.
Did you see her enter with anybody? Do you know how she came in?
No.
Okay. But it was the same time frame as both Baker and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. That day then, did you ever observe any injuries? And again, this is January 23rd around noon. Did you ever observe any injuries as to Robert Baker?
No.
Specifically his hands. Did you ever see any injuries?
No.
Do you know how long, let's start with the defendant, do you know how long she stayed at the gym?
I can't recall how long she stayed.
if I may mark as People's 60, Exhibit 60, defendant, it's a photograph, appears to be a still shot. Defendant Sementilli and daughter Jessica exiting LA Fitness.
So marked.
Okay. This view of this, is this a still shot of security footage that you have at LA Fitness?
Yes.
There's some doors that we see. Where does that lead to?
That's the exit?
At 12:43:21, and I'm not going to hold you to the exact second, but does that seem consistent with about the time that the defendant and her daughter left the gym?
I believe so.
That route where, do you see the defendant in that circle photograph?
Yes.
Can you see her daughter in it?
Yes, to the left?
Okay, to the left of her. There's two people, so the taller one is the defendant, the left of her is her daughter.
Correct.
Is there any swipe out that you do to leave the gym, or do you just walk out the door?
You just walk out.
Okay. And people 61, if I may mark it, another still shot of a video camera
Very well.
with the individual Robert Baker, and it states exiting LA Fitness. 12:43:07, do you recognize that individual who's in this green circle?
Yes.
Who's that?
Rob Baker?
And 12:43:07 being the timestamp, is that consistent when Baker left the gym?
Yes.
Did you see them actually leave together?
I didn't visibly see them leave together.
Around that time, though, you just noticed that they weren't there anymore?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever get any reports of any injuries that happened to either the defendant or Baker that day?
No.
What's the protocol if somebody were to get injured either on the equipment or playing racquetball or something of the nature within the gym? What's the protocol?
Objection, no foundation.
No rule.
They would make a report.
Was there any report, to your knowledge, made of any injuries?
No.
Call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you, in your personal experience, ever look for any report of any injuries from the day of January 23rd, 2017?
No, I didn't.
So you have no idea?
No.
Okay. Now, on the date of, you were stayed at the gym how long that day?
I probably left at 5 or 6, I think, when I usually leave.
If you recall that day, did you have any more or any communication with Baker or the defendant after they left the gym?
No.
While they were in the gym, did you have any communication with either one of them?
No.
So at some point you found out that there had been the murder of the defendant's husband, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you find that out?
The next day, my client, Faye, called me. She texted me about it, and then I called her and spoke to her about it.
And is that the same Faye you identified earlier?
Correct.
What did she, well, she gave you some information and you talked about it. What did you do next, if anything?
After I talked to Faye,
Yes.
I left to Las Vegas.
Okay, so on the 24th, she let you know,
Yeah.
or you got information that that had happened. Did you text or call the defendant?
No.
Did you text or call Baker?
No.
On the 25th, then, where did you go?
I came back to work for LA Fitness.
You just testified you went to Las Vegas. What day did you go there?
It was an overnight trip, so I flew there and then came back.
Did you go to Vegas for anything related to work?
Yeah, my girlfriend's birthday.
Oh, that's not work.
Oh, no, not related to work.
Okay, you went, okay.
Yes, sorry.
So you went to there for her birthday, and then you just went overnight, and you got back on, do you know what day you got back?
I think it was Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, the 25th?
Yes.
All right. Did you end up then hearing about a memorial or a wake or something like that in relation to recognizing or remembering the defendant's husband?
I didn't hear about it at all.
Did you end up going to the defendant's house the next day on the 26th?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
I saw Rob at the gym, and when I first met him, he told me he was in law enforcement. So when I saw Rob, I thought maybe he can know something since he was in law enforcement before. And I went up to him and he told me, I asked him, did you know anything? And he said no. He's listening to the news like everybody else. And then that's when he told me he was going up to that. Him and another couple was going up to the house to pay condolences for Monica.
Do you know who the other couple was?
Sheila and I forgot her husband's name.
Sheila and her husband?
Yes.
Were they regulars at the gym as well?
Yes, they played in the racquetball league.
Did you ever see those two playing racquetball with the defendant?
No.
Did you see them playing racquetball with Rob Baker?
Yes, because they were in the league.
Okay. If they were in the league, then is that fair to say they were in the league with the defendant as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, did Rob Baker seemed, what was his demeanor when you're talking to him on the 26th?
I don't know if his demeanor was different, but I always see Rob in, like you saw, basketball shorts and a t-shirt, and he had a button-up shirt, denim, and a leather jacket on.
And at what point is he wearing this? Are you at the gym or are you somewhere else?
Just at the gym.
At the gym he was wearing it?
Yes.
What time is this?
Evening, maybe 5, 6.
Is this your normal work hours?
Yes.
Was it Rob Baker's normal work hours?
Yes.
Still world.
Okay. So at that point, you had a conversation about something, and did he ask you something to go with him?
Yeah. He said we were going. He said we're going to pay condolences, and I told him I would follow him up there, and he told me no, I don't want to drive up there. I'll just ride with you.
At this point, you knew where she lived because you'd been to the house before.
Correct.
Okay, so did you go in a car then with Rob Baker?
Yes.
Did anybody else go in the car with you?
No.
The other couple, if I may mark these people 62,
Move it, please.
a photograph of a female individual with the title Sheila
Very well.
Salahian. Is that the Sheila that you were talking about earlier as being a member of the Racquetball League?
Yes.
And if I may mark these people 63, a photo of a male individual with the title Ricardo Cabrera.
Very good.
Yes.
Do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who was he?
Sheila's husband?
Did they go up to the house?
Yes.
The Sementilli house?
We met at Starbucks, and they followed us up there.
Okay. And walk me through then what happened on the way up and what happened when you got there.
We were waiting for them at Starbucks, and he still told me like he knew nothing. And then we got to the house, and family members were there. There was a lot of food on the table, and we sat at the fireplace where he just got killed.
Okay. During this time, did you notice anything unusual?
Well, they said it was a robbery, and I looked at the living room in the house, and I didn't notice anything was messed up, and by where he just got killed, I didn't notice any blood on the floor.
Now, are you, to the best of your knowledge, sitting in the very area where Fabio, had been killed?
Correct.
Did that make you uncomfortable?
Yes.
Was there any memorabilia or anything of that nature set up for Fabio?
Cigar on the table, cigar and shot of tequila or a drink of tequila, and then his picture on the chair he was sitting.
Did you ever see anybody sit in that chair?
No.
What did you do next?
I sat there.
And how long did you stay?
Maybe 20, 25 minutes maybe.
Were there a lot of people there?
There was a good amount.
And what about from the gym? Who was there from the gym?
Sheila and her husband, and I think that's all I can remember. That was from
Did Faye and or Elise, who you identified earlier, were they at this memorial?
No,
Did you communicate with them about going to it at all?
I don't believe so.
Did you see the defendant at the memorial?
Yes.
Well, what was she doing?
She was crying, sitting
Okay.
on the chair.
I'm sorry?
Crying, sitting on the chair.
Okay, did you see tears?
I I can't say if I did or didn't.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Did you, and what was Baker doing there?
He was sitting down on a chair.
Did you see the defendant and Baker together?
No.
Now, at this moment, did you still suspect that the defendant and Baker had some form of relationship?
I believe I did.
Okay.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, so I believe I did.
Still rule.
After about 20, 30 minutes, you said you left.
Yes.
Why did you leave so, for lack of better words, quickly?
I don't do well with death, so I didn't want to be there.
Did you know a lot of people there?
I met her sister, Monica Sementilli's sister, and the other couple, Sheila and her husband,
Okay.
and Rob.
After this memorial, then, did you see the defendant in the next few months back at the gym?
Yes.
When did you next see her come back to the gym?
I can't say the exact time, but she came in to cancel her membership, and then maybe a month or shortly after, she came in with Rob to renew her membership, and then they would come in and work out.
So, came in, canceled, about a month later came back with Rob Baker and renewed it, and then they would come in together and work out?
Yes.
That month after, when she canceled and you did not see the defendant, was Rob Baker coming into the gym?
Repeat that?
Did Rob Baker come into the gym that month after the murder?
No, not that I know.
Do you know if he ever quit his job at LA Fitness following the murder?
I don't know if he quit, but I didn't know if he actually was employed or he just volunteered and ran the racquetball league.
Do you know somebody else that took over that racquetball league?
Somebody took over, but I can't recall.
Okay. Now, after the murder, then, the behavior, how often did you see the defendant and Rob Baker coming to the gym together?
Maybe a couple times.
And did they work out together then?
A couple times they were playing racquetball, and then one time I remember he was essentially training her, like giving her a workout.
Did you have a renewed suspicion that there was something going on between the two at this time, 1 month after the murder?
Objection, that's illegal.
It's overruled on that ground.
Can you repeat that?
Did you have a renewed suspicion that something was going on, some form of intimate relationship between the defendant and Baker now that it's like 1 month after the murder?
Yes.
It's overruled on that ground as well.
Speculation.
Now, so you can go through the entire evidence code. It's not going to work. You may answer.
Yes.
You did. And what was that based on?
Just seeing them together often.
And aside from just seeing them together, can you put into words, was there touching you saw, flirting you saw, anything that you could describe that gave you that impression?
Nothing that I visibly saw.
So what gave you that impression?
Just they were coming to the gym together
Okay.
when he normally wouldn't come to the gym.
So prior to that, they didn't come together for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
I'm going to mark as people 64, a photograph of the back of it's two photographs, the back of a black Mustang.
Very well.
At some point, did the defendant show you this car?
Yes.
When did that happen?
After the murder?
Do you know how long after the murder?
I can't recall how long.
Where-
Shortly after, she said she had a new car and it was a brand new Mustang.
When she told you that, she had a new car, brand new Mustang, where did that conversation happen?
I believe over text.
Okay, and then how did you end up seeing the car?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay, so she brought it to the gym, and then how did you actually see it, lay eyes on it?
I think she told me to come outside and check out my new car.
Okay, did she seem excited about it?
Yes.
Now, and I just have a couple more. you know, earlier I was asking you some questions about, oh, let me ask you this, sorry, one thing. I was asking you some questions about how or why you believed that she wanted more from you. This is prior to the murder when you had been training her at the gym and she asked you to go for drinks, right? Now, did you testify at a grand jury in August of 2017?
Yes.
You remember doing that?
Yes.
And you were asked the question if she was interested in having sexual relations with you.
Yes.
Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you answered yes? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is that based on? Was it based on any statements or something else that she said to you?
I could just tell that she wanted more.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Speculation.
As form sustained.
Did you have an opinion based on something that the defendant was doing that she wanted, or saying to you that she wanted more than to just be friends with you?
Yes. And my other client told me she was interested in having more.
Okay.
Faye.
Faye told you that?
Yes.
Objection, that's yours.
So ruled.
Okay. So you knew that, and then did you combine that with the fact that she had asked you out for drinks?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in October of 2015, do you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Okay. In October of 2015, was that Facebook account active?
Yes.
Was it a public account, meaning anybody could access it?
Yes.
And you're a personal trainer at this point, right?
Correct.
Did you post some photos of yourself on your own Facebook account?
Yes.
If I may mark as people 65, it appears to be a screenshot of an email showing an individual's torso.
Very well.
65. Is that a photo that you posted around the time frame of October 2015 on your Facebook account?
Yes.
If I mark as people 66, another photograph of an individual holding a phone up, photo of Matthew Nurse found. If I may mark that as people 66.
Yes.
And this photograph, is that you again in the photo? First of all, that's my first question.
Yes.
And did you post that onto your Facebook account?
Yes.
Along with the photo that I just showed you, 65, was that you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that the defendant had downloaded those photographs of you?
No.
Objection, speculation,
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about your photographs on Facebook?
She did because she was showing her. She told me she was showing her neighbor.
How did that conversation go? Come up.
I believe she asked if this was me, and I said yes, and I asked her how she got that, and she said I found it, and I was showing my neighbor.
When she said to you, "Is this you?" What is she showing you?
These photos.
The photos, but did she show you an email or did she show you just the photos?
Just the photos.
Could you tell that it was a screenshot of your Facebook?
I think so.
Did she tell you why she was showing her neighbor?
I think she told me to see if it was actually me.
Okay. Did you ask her why do you have a picture on your phone of me and my abs?
No, I don't think I asked.
Did you think that was strange that she's showing you that photo and telling you that she's showing her neighbor?
I don't think it was strange, but that's, I think, when I came to realize that she might be interested more than training.
At this time frame then, was this a little bit earlier than around 2016, the one that's up on the screen right there?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on one moment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I leave this on?
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave this one picture on, Mr. Nurse. Can you tell us the reason why you posted that on your Facebook?
Felt good about myself?
Okay, and you look good there too, right? You can say so.
Yes.
Okay. You wanted other people to see that photograph,
Correct.
to see how well you looked. Correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you were a trainer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I assume you were hoping that people might want you to train them so they could end up looking like that.
Yes.
Okay. So the fact that it was downloaded by Monica, that didn't bother you in any way, did it?
No, it didn't bother me.
And you were her trainer at the at LA Fitness, is that right?
Correct.
So if she was showing that photo to other people to show what a good trainer you were and how good you looked, that wouldn't bother you, would it?
No.
I assume you know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well, correct?
It's overruled.
Can you repeat that question?
I assume you believe or know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well. Is that right?
My clients at LA Fitness, no.
Your clients at LA Fitness are not allowed to post your photograph?
I thought you asked if I knew that other clients were posting my pictures.
Okay, then I'll rephrase that. Have any other clients of yours indicated that they saw that photograph?
No.
Anyone indicate they saw that photograph?
Are you asking at LA Fitness or?
Anywhere.
I mean, it's public, so people probably saw it.
Okay. You don't know who else saw it, right?
Correct.
It wasn't a secret or private.
No.
Again, it was designed to show off how well you looked as a trainer to anyone who could or would access your Facebook account, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the first time that you had met Monica Sementilli was early in 2016, is that right?
Yes.
So that was about a year before the killing of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And she was a customer, a client at LA Fitness, a member?
Yes.
And that's how you met her?
Correct.
And you became her trainer, is that right?
Yes.
And how often did you train her?
Once a week.
Okay, and how long did that last?
Contract was what, 6 months?
Okay, and did it last the full 6 months?
Yes.
So that would take us still into towards the end of 2016, is that right?
Yes.
Now, at the same time, you knew that she was also playing racquetball at LA Fitness?
Yes.
And you said there was a racquetball league there, is that right?
Yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
And what does that mean occasionally? Do you have to join the league? You just play when you want, or what?
Since I worked there and I knew Rob, when I was able to play, he could fit me in. But when I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And when you say fit me in, does that mean have you joined one of the games?
He would put me on the schedule to play.
On the what?
On the schedule to play.
Okay. And educate me a little bit. Racquetball, 2-person, 1-person, play it at each time, each game? How many people participate? 2 against 2 or 1 against 1 or what?
You can do both.
Okay. And was this league one or the other or a combination?
I think it was solo, but they might have had a 2-on-2.
Okay. And when you say a league, was it a formal league where you keep standings and you play a certain number of games, someone would get a trophy or anything like that?
It was a semi-formal league, but I don't recall if anybody getting a trophy.
Did you have to pay extra to join the league?
I think there was a fee to play.
And about how many people would be members of the league at any one time, if you know?
30 plus.
And among these people were Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And Rob Baker was running the league, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Was he the only one who was running the league? Was there anyone else, or just him?
To my knowledge, just him.
And was it a morning league, afternoon, evening league, or all times?
Evening.
And how often would you see Monica playing in the league?
Maybe once a week.
During the day?
Evening.
Okay. And how often would Baker be there? Would he be there all day, or just morning or afternoon, or what?
Evening.
Evening? Now, at some point, you said that Monica in some way flirted with you or said something to you that caused you to believe that she might be interested in you in some way?
Yes.
Did you ever make a bet with anybody that you could get Monica to have lunch with you?
Not lunch.
Not what?
Not lunch.
What?
I think we made a bet, and then she would have to bring lunch to the gym.
Okay, and who was the bet with?
Monica.
So you made a bet with Monica that, and if she lost, she would bring you lunch, correct?
Yes.
And that was spaghetti and meatballs, you remember?
Yes.
Was it good?
I didn't eat any.
What was the bet? What did you have to do to win the bet and get the spaghetti and meatballs?
We played racquetball.
I see. And where did you have that lunch?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay. Was that the only time you had lunch with her?
No, we had lunch outside of the gym.
You had lunch with her one other time, correct?
Yeah.
And nothing came of that other than the lunch, is that right?
Yeah.
And there was no romantic or sexual activity taking place between you and her at the time, correct?
No, the lunch, she explained to me the lunch was to talk about training outside the gym.
And did she talk with you about training outside the gym?
Yes.
Again, was this is before the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And one of the things she asked you about is whether or not you would train her at home as opposed to at the gym. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you agreed.
Yes.
And that lasted again. Well, first, about how many times did you train her at her house?
I think it was 5 sessions.
And were they weekly, or could you remember how often?
Maybe once a week, probably.
All right, once a week.
Maybe twice.
I'm sorry.
Maybe once or twice a week.
For 5 weeks or 5 sessions?
Yeah.
If you remember.
I said yes.
Yes to what?
It was, I don't think it was 5 weeks, but it was 5 sessions.
Okay.
So whenever I had time and she contacted me, I would train her.
Okay. Were you still working at the gym, though, at the same time?
Yes.
And was she still at the gym as well?
Yes.
Playing racquetball?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And you saw her with Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Yes.
Because he was running the league, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you had training sessions at her house, did you bring a massage board or some kind of, I guess I got the wrong thing here. There was no massage going on, it was just training. Is that right?
I brought some kettlebells and maybe resistant bands.
Okay, so you did bring some kind of equipment.
Yes.
And you used that with her on the training sessions.
Yes.
And you said that her daughters were home at times during those sessions. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Was somebody there for every one of the sessions, if you recall?
I can't recall.
Okay. And do you remember which daughter or which daughters were there during any of these sessions?
Jessica was there.
Okay. So she knew that this was going on. You were having a training session with her mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was this during the week or on a weekend?
During the week?
During the week?
Yes.
And what time about? Was it regular time? Every time?
Between 12 and 4.
And how long would each session last?
40 minutes.
Okay. And was there any particular way that you knew if it was going to be 12 or 4? Was that scheduled in advance or weekly or what?
It was scheduled maybe a couple days prior.
Okay. And did you ever meet Mr. Sementilli, Fabio?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at the gym when I was training Monica.
And did you meet him when you met him at the gym, did she introduce you to him?
Yes.
And could you tell whether he was there to just meet the people at the gym or to work out or what?
I assumed he was there to work out.
She wanted him to work out? Do you recall?
I don't
Did
know.
you see him working out at the gym?
I didn't visibly see him, though.
Okay. Did she ask you if you would train him?
No.
Okay. When did that occur, if I can ask you, if you recall? And I'm sorry, we're always relating it to the day of the time of the murder. Can you recall how long before then that he came to the gym?
I can't recall, but
Was it a month, 2 months, 6 months, something like that?
I can't recall.
Okay. And it was just 2 times that you saw him?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Baker at those times? Do you recall?
No clue.
Now, after the one lunch that you had, there was no other times that you or she went out, were there?
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, can you repeat that?
Other than that one time at lunch, by the way, do you remember where that lunch was?
Some Italian restaurant in close to Woodland Hills.
Okay. And that was a different time than the spaghetti and meatballs? Or the same time?
The spaghetti and meatballs were brought to the gym.
Okay. Was this before or after the spaghetti and meatballs?
This was after.
Okay. And how did that occur? Did you ask if she wanted to have lunch? Did she ask if you wanted to have lunch?
Like I stated, she reached out and said she wanted to have lunch to talk about training outside of the gym.
Okay. And during that lunch, you did talk about training outside of the gym, which ended up being these training sessions at her house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nothing sexual or romantic happened at that time, correct?
No.
And nothing ever happened between you and her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you became aware that she was unhappy in some ways with her marriage. Is that right?
Yes.
And then didn't she tell you that he was constantly away from home?
She told me he was working a lot. He works a lot.
Works a lot? And because he worked a lot and wasn't at home a lot, she was concerned that he might be having an affair. Is that right?
I don't know if she thought that.
Pardon?
I don't know if she thought that.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
No. Okay. So at some point, when she was talking about him always working and be away from home, you asked her, why don't you just get a divorce? Is that right?
Yes.
And she said, why throw away 20 years? Is that right?
Yes.
If I could have 1 minute more.
Thank you, Mr. Nurse. You're excused.
Thank you.
May I call your next witness?
Call Elise Blue.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. It's Elise, E-L-Y-S-E, Blue L, B as in boy, L-E-U-E-L. Blue L. Okay.
Let's take that photo again. Mr. Little, how are you doing today?
Good, good, good.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the years 2016 and 17.
Okay.
Starting with, did you at that time work out at LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
I did, yes.
And were you in a racquetball league there?
Yes, yes I was.
Who were you in the league with?
Well, with the defendant, Monica and Faye and Paula. We were on the D League, so we weren't very good. And then my boyfriend was on the B League because he was really good. And am I supposed to name like everybody that was on the thing?
That's good. So let me ask you a couple of questions. You said the defendant. Do you see who you referred to the defendant in court?
Yep.
Can you please describe where that person's sitting and what that person's wearing?
Sure. She is sitting at the table, there, and she is wearing a black blazer and a blue coat. Blue shirt. Huh?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And then Robert Baker, did you know him?
I did, yeah.
Exhibit 57, 30 Mark. Do you recognize him?
Yep. Yes.
Was he part of the racquetball league?
Yeah, he was the guy that orchestrated it, kept it organized, did the schedules, and told us where court to play in, and kept it running.
Was he also the coach?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I didn't really know he had a coach. He was more like head of the racquetball league.
Okay. Did he play with you?
No, but he did teach.
Okay. And then who else was in this league? You said your friend Faye?
Yep.
Okay.
She was worse than me.
Exhibit 55, she was the worst player.
She was the worst.
Okay, so Faye, is that Faye in Exhibit 55?
It is.
Did you know Sheila Salahian?
Oh, yeah, Sheila.
Okay, 62, is that Sheila?
It is, yes.
And what about her husband, Ricardo?
Yep. Oh,
Recognize
yeah,
him?
I do.
Now, all of you guys in the same league?
Yes, at the gym. I mean, there was A, B, C, D.
Okay, who did you normally play with?
Faye. And Monica, she got better fast. And then Paula. And then anyone who would take pity because I was really bad at it.
1 second.
So it was more of a pity to play with me.
Pity?
I
You said Paula. Who's Paula?
Paula McCollum. And Sean ended up taking over the league later. But she was really fun and kind.
What name Mark as in at 64, is that right?
67.
67, okay, 67, photo of a female individual labeled Paula McCollum.
Yeah.
Is that Paula?
Yes. somewhere.
Yes. Yep.
So she was in the league with you as well.
Yes.
And then if I may mark this people 68, an individual labeled Sean McCollum.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yes.
You recognize him?
I do.
All right. Did you say that all of those photos I just showed you was everybody friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
How often did you play with them? All of them?
Our league met, I want to say it was Thursdays. Every week. I want to say Thursday.
Now, do you know when you first met Monica?
Yeah, it was the beginning. So it was really bad. And so I didn't even qualify for the D League for like 2 sessions. And then I finally qualified, I think it was January, which is why I remember. And then Matt brought Faye and Monica down, and they had no experience. So we quickly, became friends and laughed and were silly because we were really bad.
You said Matt. Did you see Matt today?
As I was walking down the hallway.
So did you see him walk out of the courtroom?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Matt. Do you know his last name?
Nope.
Okay. So what was his role at the gym?
I know that he was a trainer.
Did he ever play in the league with you guys?
No.
Okay. So, were you already friends with Faye when you met the defendant? Or did you
No,
guys
it was
meet-
all same night. It was like the beginning.
Okay. So, how did you become friends with the defendant then?
It was the three of us. You know, it was like a weekly thing, and you get there and you warm up, and then Robert would say, okay, so and so and so and so in court 1, so and so and so and so in court 2, and there were 4 courts. And then you'd sit on the benches and wait. And then when it was your turn, then you'd go in, and then you'd come out and you'd like cheer. You'd watch some of the people and like, you know, cheer for them, and then we'd joke around with whoever was sitting waiting their turn.
Did you form then a friendship between you, the defendant, and Faye?
Yes.
You
Oh,
got-
was that the question? I'm sorry.
Well, that's my new question. Did you call yourself something?
Oh, yeah. Well, because we were like the Three Musketeers, because we were really jokey, and it felt very like fun high school kind of. You know, it's after work, it's night, and it was just fun. It was just fun, and we were laughing a lot and joking around. And
So, did you socialize then with the defendant outside of LA Fitness?
yes.
What did you guys do?
Usually it was like after a workout, and we would go to Monica's house. She had this outdoor fire pit, and we drank wine and smoked cigarettes. And I mostly complained about my boyfriend, and kind of had girl talk. It was just fun.
During those talks, did she ever complain about her husband, Monica Sementilli's husband?
She didn't really complain around there. I mean, I did a lot of the complaining. So I think there was like agreement, you know, like, oh, you know, when he does this, and she'd be like, yeah, but, you know, wasn't extensive complaining on her side there.
Do you remember anything in particular that she said about her husband?
Do you mean at the fire pit or just whenever?
Well, let's start with the fire pit.
Okay. Oof. Well, not sure. Like, we would ask each other questions, like, you know, and I'm not sure how to, can you ask me that question again or differently?
Okay, so you're out sitting around a fire pit.
Yep.
Were you with Faye?
Yep.
And Monica?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
so
did we talk about?
You're having some girl talk. We don't
Right.
need to know all the details. But at some point, do you recall anything specific she said about her marriage or her husband?
Yeah, I think there was a time where he had, I feel bad. There was a time where when she was pregnant and had a miscarriage, and he had cheated on her. And I mean, there were fun girl talks, but that happened. You know, there was a lot of, I mean...
What about the current state of her marriage? Her daughters were teens now, right? 15?
Oh, well, at the gym, there was a lot of talk about, you know, how he was never there, and how other people's spouses would come and he wouldn't, and how she had to rush home early before the whole thing was over after she played a time or two, and she's like, I have to go. And we're like, no, don't go. You know, and then she's like, I have to go do the dishes because no one will do anything, and I do everything, and I made them dinner, and, you know, and so it's like that kind of, you know, I have to go do it because no one else will kind of thing. And she seemed hurt that he didn't come, and because we would have playoffs, and he didn't really come, and it made her sad.
Now, do you recall ever telling any of the law enforcement about the cheating story and the miscarriage, or is that something new that you remembered?
That was, I mean, they interviewed me a long time ago, and I don't know what I remembered that. I just do. I think it felt like one of those, like, quiet girl secrets, you know, that, like, hurt. So I don't even think it was something I don't know.
Did she ever tell you that she was unhappy in her marriage or wanted out of her marriage?
No. Oh, sorry, that was loud. No, she was like, I'm so lucky. And I remember sometimes she was like, a lot of my friends are really jealous because they get to go on all these trips. And she's like, but life is just, it's, people are jealous. And she didn't complain about her marriage a lot. She didn't talk a lot about it. And we would try to get her to talk because I did a lot of the talking. So she didn't talk a lot about her marriage. She did, well, I don't, it wasn't around the fire pit. I'm hesitating a lot because I'm trying to
It's okay. I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Okay. Had you met Fabio?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
I met him once. I was hanging out in the late afternoon and he came home. And we were kind of like chilling by the fire. Well, I think we were in the kitchen. Anyway, he came in and it was like, as the girlfriend, I was like, oh, playtime's over. Like she had stuff to do. And then the other time I met him was at the New Year's of January 17. Yeah. That New Year's Eve night.
Okay, and so let's talk about the New Year's. What happened on New Year's?
Okay. So the first part of the evening, we were over at Sheila and Ricky's. They threw really great parties, and my boyfriend wanted to be there. But Monica had invited us to hers, which was kind of exciting because she is known to throw really great parties. And she had promised that she makes pasta after midnight, so we really wanted to go. They also do like a rotisserie, a pig on a whatever. And my boyfriend was Jewish, so he was not excited about being there. So we did Ricky and Sheila's first, and then we went over to Monica's, I don't know, around 11-ish. And more? Okay.
Yeah, and then you met Fabio at
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, everyone was gathered and walking around. We'd missed the pig, so that was fine. And then we were going to sit around the fire, and we were talking about what we wanted to have happen, the next year. And I'd been fighting with my boyfriend, and so I was very frustrated. But I said that I wanted to take classes and be a yoga instructor, and my boyfriend rudely laughed and it hurt my feelings. And Fabio was like, no, I think that's really great. And it just meant a lot.
So you liked Fabio?
I did.
If I may reference people 69, a photograph of 3 individuals, 3 female individuals.
All right.
Those 3. Is that you in that photograph?
It is, with the pink tutu.
And who else is in the photograph?
Monica and Faye.
Now, is that from the New Year's Eve?
Yeah. It was a sequin shirt.
You'd mentioned before that you had gone out with them on various occasions, correct?
Yes.
Aside from this, earlier, let's go back in the year 2016, knowing that the murder occurred in January of 2017.
Right.
If I may mark as people 70, it's 2 photographs of the 3 same female individuals, 2 photographs side by side.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah, I do.
Let's talk about the left photograph. Where were you guys there?
All right. Well, okay, so I totally remember the right one. The left one, where did we go? I have to tell you, I'm not confident in where we were.
That's okay.
Good.
Do these pictures then depict the relationship that you 3 had, going out,
Yeah.
lunches, things of that nature?
Yeah, well, we didn't go to lunches a lot. Monica would say that, she really wanted friends, and Faye worked, and so we wanted to build a friendship. But it was really hard to schedule anything. Like, we'd schedule something, and Monica was like, I can't, and she'd back out, or it was just really hard to schedule stuff. So we didn't go out that often, which is why there aren't that many pictures. We went out a couple times. The one on the right with the yellow sign was for Faye's birthday.
How long do you think the time spent from when you met Monica, approximately when?
The 6th, that January? Yeah, I don't know.
Prior to the murder, how long had you been friends with her?
A solid year. I'm
That's
not
fine.
confident if it was 15 or 16. I don't know. I'm getting nervous.
So
Sorry.
at least a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And did you see her weekly, would you say?
I mean, we saw each other weekly at the gym. But, yeah, so we saw each other weekly at the gym, and then when we'd go to her house, it was easiest to do it after the gym because, you know, and it was maybe like, we'd try to do it at least once a month.
At the gym then, you guys were in the same league you testified to. If I may mark, as people send you on a photograph of the 3 female individuals at LA Fitness. It's
All right.
titled. Is that you? Open that up.
That's me. I got thinner. Yep. They were wary of me because I had the dreadlocks, and they liked me anyway.
So that's a picture of you guys.
I'm with the dreadlocks. Monica's in the middle. Faye is in the blue.
What about the 2 in the left corner right there?
Yeah, that's Sheila and Ricky.
Okay. And they played in your league too?
Yes.
All right. Now, outside of the gym, did you start, and we touched on this, on a regular basis going to the defendant's house then?
Yep.
How often would you go there?
Yeah, I would say approximately like once a month. And, you know, it might have been like twice in a month, and then we don't do it for a month. It's like that. It's like that.
And when you went there, what did you do?
We would sit around the fire pit and drink wine and smoke cigarettes, and I would complain about my boyfriend, and Faye was, you know, single, and Monica had been married forever, and so, you know, just girl talk, really.
People's 57, you recognize him, right?
I do.
Who's that?
Robert
Robert, do you know his last name?
Baker.
Did he ever come to the defendant's house when you were there with Faye and the defendant?
Yes.
How many times would you say he came?
I would say maybe twice.
You remember 2 times? And this is prior to the murder of Fabio.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, when he came, was it just the 4 of you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Faye was like, and let's invite Matt, and then Matt couldn't go. So we're just trying to like make it more of like a, in my head, we were trying to make it more of like a fun group thing. And
do you know who invited Rob?
Well, it wasn't me. I want to say, because Faye kind of had a crush on him, and I don't remember if it was Monica or Faye, or if we did it as a group. We might have done it as a group one of the times and been like, hey, come, it'll be fun. But I don't know.
These approximate 2 times that you recall that Robert Baker came to the house while you and Faye and the defendant were there, was Fabio home?
No.
Did you ever see Baker drink?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him drunk?
No.
Or passing out?
No.
Anything of that nature?
No.
Did any of you guys, you, Faye, Baker, in your presence ever like spend the night there at the defendant's house after drinking too much?
No, that was not the vibe. It was very like responsible, and she had kids, and they had dance, and they had school in the morning. And Robert had a girlfriend down in Southern California that he would leave first. He's like, I have to do this drive down to Southern California where my girlfriend is. And we're like, oh no, don't go. And then
do you know if he actually had a girlfriend?
No. Well, I didn't at the time. I mean, I just assumed he was telling the truth. But later, Monica was like, don't tell Faye, but he's just saying that because he's not interested in her. And I was like, oh.
Okay. So after that, when you were there then, did you ever spend time, the 4 of you, at your house or Faye's house?
We went to my house for sure for my birthday party. And it was a poker tournament. And, oh, yes.
Okay. Did Robert go to that house?
Yes.
Your house?
Yep.
So the 4 of you were together at your house?
I mean, it was a big group. It's my birthday party.
Okay. Did you ever notice anything unusual during this time frame, and this is prior to the murder, going on between the defendant and Baker?
No.
Did she ever tell you when you talked about Faye having a crush that something was going on between her and Baker?
No.
Did you have any idea?
No.
Did you consider yourself during this time frame to be good friends with the defendant?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you ever see any touching or looks between them or anything of that nature?
Mm-mm.
And that's a no?
That is a no.
Okay. What about now? You said at Faye's house, you got together at your house. When you were at, well, let me back up. At your house, did Fabio come?
No.
Did Fabio ever socialize with you girls and Baker when you guys were all together?
No. No.
Do you know where he was?
I mean, I was just about to say, I think he was probably out of town. He traveled a lot. So he wasn't there a lot.
Is that what Monica, the defendant, told you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Did you see her kids at the house?
When?
Any of the times
Ever?
you went over there?
I mean, yeah. Yes.
Did you know her kids?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And what are their names?
Jessica and Isabella.
And how did you know them?
Well, they would come to the gym, and I was really friendly with Jessica. We took some yoga classes together, and when I'd pop over to Monica's house, you know, they'd be in and out. I'm talking about, like, if there was some school thing they were in, and their schedule was busy. But, like, yeah, we saw each other a lot at the gym. Well, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I say that because I like to think that I go to the gym more than I do, but I was going to the gym more then.
Now, during this time frame, you were friends with Elite. I'm sorry, not yourself. You were friends with Faye and Monica. Were you
Yeah.
equally good friends with both of them?
Yeah, I was.
And
I mean,
then what about Baker?
Okay. So no, he was like the cool camp counselor is kind of how I felt about him, because like I said, at racquetball, it felt like, you know, it was the Three Musketeers and we were joking around, and it just felt like camp. It was just fun. And he really kind of kept everything together. So I felt like he was like the cool camp counselor guy. In my head, that's really how it was. So like if there was an event or something, I'd, you know, want him to be invited because, you know, thought he was cool.
Did you know at that time frame prior to the murder anything about the background of Robert Baker?
Eventually.
When you say eventually, I'm talking about before the murder. Did you find out some things about him that caused you concern?
Gossip. I mean, it was gossipy. Like, one morning my boyfriend had said that he had found a sex video with Robert. And so, I mean, you know, it was kind of juicy. And then there were the whispers about it, you know, like, oh, did you know he did a sex thing? And, you know, did you watch it? And, you know, I mean, it's just gossipy kind of stuff. So, I mean, I wasn't in a world of concern. It was just kind of, again, I just felt like a big kid playing, and I just...
When you found out this information about, when you were saying a sex thing, you're talking about porn?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the defendant about any of this?
100%.
Why'd you tell her that?
Because it was juicy gossip.
And what did you tell her?
That Robert was in a sex video.
And what was her reaction?
I mean, I'm going to go with shocked. I mean, it felt satisfying. I mean, I don't remember exactly what her reaction was, but it felt appropriate to someone sharing gossip with you. Like, she was like, oh, no, kind of ish.
Did she appear to care, though? Did it change any of her actions around Baker?
No, I don't remember our actions being changed.
At this time, prior to the murder, did you know that he was a 296 registrant?
I'm trying to remember when. I don't think I knew that until after.
After the murder?
Yeah. Yes.
I want to talk about the... Take a break. Do we keep going? I just realized...
It's not quite 3.
Oh, am I off? I thought it was 3. Okay. The day of January 23rd, 2017. Do you remember that day?
Say the date again.
The day
sorry.
of the murder, January 23rd,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
2017.
Yep.
Do you remember that day?
Monday.
Remember
Yes,
that
I
day?
do.
Did you get notified then that something had happened at the Sementilli house?
Yes.
What happened?
So I was just pulling into I remember this I was pulling into the Ralph's parking lot because I needed to get creamer for my boyfriend for tomorrow, was a thing. And I got a text message from Monica saying, please come over, I need you. And so.
Do you know what time that was about?
Yeah, about around 4:23, I remember.
4:23?
I don't remember why I remember the 3. but that's what I remember.
Could it have been later, after 5 sometime?
I
So
mean,
rule.
I don't know why. Yeah. It's before I went in to get the creamer.
So let me ask you this.
And it was in the 20s. It was 4, was it 5? Was it 4? Was it 5? Was it 4? I mean, clearly.
Well, at any rate, what happened on that call? I'm sorry, that text.
Yeah, sorry. Well, she said, please come over, I need you.
Did you respond?
Yes. I don't remember exactly what I texted, but something along the lines of, I'm coming, I'll be there. I don't know. I was shocked that she had reached out. I know I called my boyfriend and told him that I was going to do that, and I never went and got the creamer. Sorry. Oh, did I not answer the question?
It's okay, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take a breath.
Yep.
Okay. You did state before the objection that you were shocked that she'd reached out. Why were you shocked?
I was shocked that
Hold
she
on.
reached.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Why were you shocked that she texted you, I need you?
It's overruled.
I will tell you that morning. So I'm really not great at looking at Instagram a lot, but I was trying to get better at it. And that morning I went on and I saw that Monica had a party that I had not been invited to. And I was very frustrated with the friendship because I felt like Faye and I were reaching out a lot and we were getting turned down more than being accepted. And now she had a party and I wasn't invited. And I'm like, I don't know why I'm trying to put this much energy into this friendship. I was really offended and hurt. And so that morning I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to try in this friendship anymore. So when she texted me that afternoon, I was like, oh. And I was like, da, 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 because those are kind of like magic words. I need you is like a thing. So that's why I was surprised.
So you testified that she had been reaching out, or you had been reaching out a
Yeah.
lot. What do you mean by that? Prior to this text?
Yeah, well, we were trying to make dates to like go hang out and go get a glass of wine and spend some time together.
And would she go with you and Faye?
No, it would usually get either it got too complicated to schedule or it would get canceled.
Did she tell you what she was doing during the times when she turned you down?
I mean, there were always, the mom things, I've got to do something with the kids. It's not going to work right now. I'm really busy. Like mom stuff.
Did she ever tell you that the times when she's telling you no, that she was hanging out with Robert Baker?
Did she tell me that? No.
It's overruled.
Go ahead.
No.
All right, so you get this text, and then what happened when you got that text? You answered.
I answered and said, I'm on my way.
Did you ask her what's going on?
Well, not immediately. I called my boyfriend and said, hey, I'm going to be late because I'm going to drive to Monica's because she said this. And he was like, well, you should call her and make sure. Sorry.
To explain this witness as subsequent conduct. It's overruled.
Go ahead.
So he was like, you should call her and make sure everything's like cool. And so I called her and there was no answer. So I was just like, screw it, and I'll just go.
How long would you say once you got that text from her it took you to get to the Sementilli house?
It took about, it was in the 20s, and I got there at about the 50s. So half hour.
Okay.
Traffic,
Now,
Woodland Hills.
going back, can you describe then the scene when you got there? You pulled up on the street,
Mm-hmm.
and what happened?
So there was a fire truck. Okay, so her house is on the left side, and I pulled to the right, and there was a fire truck a little ahead. And they came over to my car, and they're like, can we help you? Why are you here? And I was like, well, my friend, and I pulled out my text. I said, my friend lives here, and she asked me to come over. And I showed him the text, and like, okay. And then a lady came out of the house, and I later learned was Deborah. I think that's her name. And she was like, can I help you? And I was like, yeah, my friend Monica lives there. And I showed her the text, and like she asked me to come over.
Do you have...
Take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes. Present, all counsel present, jury, and officers are present. Moments ago, I just received a notification. As some of you may know, there are some protests going on, and they may continue to be going on. We don't know. The only thing that the notification said is, as far as coming and going and getting the parking, act accordingly. In other words, plan ahead, be here early. I looked out the window. I see nothing. But I don't know how long this is going to go on for the rest of the week or not. But you're warned. My kid got here over the weekend, and we didn't talk much about that. My kid's a judge, and got caught in the building for a couple hours. So, everything's okay. Just don't be concerned. Ma'am, you're still under oath, and you may continue with your direct.
All right, so we were talking about when you arrived at the Sementilli residence. Okay?
Yep.
So you got there, you were greeted outside by someone that you know by the name of Deborah now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know her before?
No.
Okay. So at some point then, were you allowed into the house?
Yes.
And where was the defendant?
She was in a chair in the dining room in a line with her 3 daughters.
Okay.
Or 2 daughters, sorry.
Now, were you allowed to go up to her and stay with her?
Yeah.
So at some point then, were you removed by law enforcement from the house?
Yes, at some point they asked us to leave the residence and go sit outside.
And who was that then? It was you, the defendant, her daughters, and was there anybody else?
Well, there was Deborah.
And Deborah.
Yeah.
So where did you go?
We sat on the curb.
And what happened out there? Anything?
I think everyone was processing everything. Monica was hysterical, and I just was like a human teddy bear person. Yeah, so it was, there was, I mean.
When you say she was hysterical, I want to ask you a specific question.
Sure.
Did you see any tears?
No. I mean, I wasn't, I mean, I was, I don't. It was a lot of, like that.
Okay. Did you see any tears?
I don't think I was looking. I was.
Nothing that you recall?
No.
Okay. So that night then, did you spend the rest of the night with her, or did you leave at some point then?
I was there until about 11-ish.
Okay, and then
I want to say. Could be 10-ish. I think it's 11-ish. I was there for a really long time.
And then at some point you went home?
Yes.
And do you know where the defendant and the girls went?
I believe they were going to go spend the night at Deborah's.
So when's the next time then that you went back to the Sementilli residence?
The next day.
Okay, and how often did you go back after that?
Every day that week.
Was anyone else there when you went back every day that next week?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Let's see. I mean, Deborah was there, and I can't say if her husband. There were a lot of people. There were Fabio's best friend from work and his Slavic girlfriend, because we talked a lot. And I think there were some other people from his work, and her mother was there at one point. It felt, that's all that I recall mostly, but it was like a group. It was a lot of people, same people every day. Some came, some left.
Now, during those next 4 or 5 days when you went regularly, and the question just is, do you recall seeing any tears during that week, like tears coming down the face on the defendant?
No.
Okay. Now, did you attend the wake or the memorial that was held in the backyard by the fire pit where Fabio was killed?
That night? No, I went to no, I didn't go to that.
Did you then go to another memorial a few days later on January 29th?
The Sunday morning? I think it was a Sunday morning. The one at the
at a funeral home?
Yes.
Did
I
you
went
go
to
to
that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
After that then, subsequent to the murder, did you reach out to the defendant in the next couple months checking on her, seeing how she was, things of that nature?
Yeah, 100%.
Did you see her on a regular basis? Let's talk about the month following the murder. Did you see her pretty regularly?
No.
Did you talk to her regularly?
I tried, but no, it was more texting.
Okay, now during that next month or two, when you were going to the house that first week as well as texting, did she ever voice any fear to you about living in the home where her husband was murdered?
No.
Did she ever voice any fear to you about her girls not being safe in the home where their dad was murdered?
No. Hey, can I ask a question?
That's loaded. I don't know. What do you want to ask?
Well, I just wanted to go back for a minute with if I talked to her regularly, and I said no, I just texted. I just wanted to expound on that, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, because I wanted to talk to her a lot, but it felt weird because I felt like, sorry, this is weird. I felt like she was associating me with what happened, and I really wanted to be a really good friend, and so my goal was to call her at least once a week. Oh, is it? Oh, I thought I was responding. I'm sorry.
It's okay, ma'am. Just
All
fine.
right.
So I tried, but I just texted because it was easier.
Okay. So during that time, she never expressed to you any fear for her or her daughters
No.
as far as being in the house?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about leaving the house and going to stay somewhere else during that time frame?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about getting new security cameras or safety for the house?
No, she didn't.
During the next couple of months, did she ever talk to you about who could have killed Fabio?
No.
Never brought that up?
No.
What was she talking to you about?
Was like why she wasn't getting the insurance, why it was taking so long. She didn't understand why she couldn't have her phone back. She was really worried about money.
So when she was worried about money, specifically with insurance, what was she telling you about that?
She didn't understand why it was taking so long. And she was frustrated about it taking so long.
Prior to this, had she ever talked to you about any of the finances within their marriage?
No.
Did she ever call the insurance companies in your presence?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I recall we were supposed to go out that evening, and I got into a fight with my boyfriend. And so I wanted some...
Overruled, counsel.
Sorry, it was a Saturday, and I wanted to hang out with a girlfriend, so I said, can I just come over earlier? So it was, I don't know, but around noonish. Apparently not good with time. But, yeah, so I showed up, and she was like, sorry, I need to make this call. And she was on the phone with the insurance company, and I was trying to not listen. And then there was some talk, I want to say, with the detectives, the police, because she wanted the phone and she didn't understand why things were taking so long. And she was stressed about how she was going to pay for things and why is this. She was very stressed.
Would you say that out of, since the murder occurred, the main topic that you shared with her, was it about insurance money?
Yeah.
Objection, begs to win, how many times?
It's overruled.
That was the main topic?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, were you aware that she bought a new Mustang?
Yes.
Was this during the same time frame that she was complaining about not having any money?
Yes. Yes.
When she bought that Mustang, did she show it to you?
Yes.
Did she seem happy about it?
Sure. Yes.
What'd she tell you about that Mustang?
That Fabio would have wanted her to have it.
Okay. Did she do anything to make the car look better?
The windows were tinted.
Did she tell you that she went and took the car to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
So she was talking about sprucing up her new car to you.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay.
She was really excited about the car.
She was excited about the car.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during this time frame, too, as far as, did you start seeing, okay, and we're talking now the next couple months following Fabio's murder, did you see a change in the Monica Sementilli that you thought you knew?
I did.
What was that?
It was that Saturday when I went over there after the phone calls and stuff, because I really wanted to talk about, you know, my situation with my boyfriend. And the girls came down. We were sitting outside, and they were like, "Mom, we're hungry." And, you know, before, she was like, you know, always whatever, you know, getting everything. That was her thing. And she was like, "Yeah, you know, you're going to have to figure it out. You know what to do." And then they're like, "Yeah, no, I think we're going to go out." And then she said, "Oh, grain of salt." She said, "They're just going to have to learn how to do things themselves now. Things are changing." And that was weird to me.
Had she ever talked about her girls that way to you before?
No, that was the whole thing at racquetball. She's like, "I do everything for them. I have to go home and do the dishes." And it was like, she took pride in that, and it was completely different.
When you say, you were saying Saturday, do you know the murder occurred January 27th, 2017. Are we talking February, March?
March.
Okay. So anywhere from what?
What date did you say?
I don't know what I said, but if
Said
the murder
January
occurred
27th?
January 23rd, 2017.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was in the March time frame?
Yes.
Do you know if it was early March, late March, if you know?
I would say closer to mid.
Okay.
Like before the 15th. I want to say it's like the 12th, but
Somewhere between around
Around.
7 weeks after the murder.
yes,
Somewhere in
yeah.
there. Okay. Other than that, you saw the change with her and her daughters. She was talking to you a lot about the insurance. Did you see any other changes in her that you noticed?
Honestly, I didn't see her much after that.
Okay. Did you ever go out with her?
No,
You never went out with her again?
no.
Did she talk to you about going out?
Monica did not talk to me about going out.
Did she ever talk to you about going out to a bar and getting dressed up, anything like that?
I heard about that with her and Faye. I think Faye told.
This thing.
Okay. Did she tell you what her plans were for going forward? Let's start with like work. Did she tell you what any of her plans were?
She did.
What did she tell you?
It was that Saturday, and she was saying how her and the girls had Fabio's, what do you call it when he invented something? I forget what that's called, but when he creates something and they have no one else can do it. Anyway, they had that for some hair tools that he had developed, and her and the girls were going to do a business in his name, and then her and Robert, she wanted to get the girls set up in like a place, like a condo, and then she was going to travel, and Robert was going to give her a job, and they were going to work together, and she was going to travel, and then when she came back, she could stay at the girls' place because she really wasn't sure where she wanted to travel. And I want to say that she, I can't say it exactly, so I'm not going to.
So when she's telling you these plans about working with Robert, and that's Robert Baker, did she tell you that she was going to travel with him?
She said they were going to travel.
Okay. Did she tell you who they were?
Her and, well, in the context, it was clearly her and Robert.
At this point now, and we're at, is it still mid-March?
Yes.
Somewhere around 7 weeks after her husband was murdered, did she ever, she's talking about plans to travel with Robert. Did she tell you that she was involved with him romantically now at this point?
No, she was like, he's so great, he's going to give me a job, and she was really enthusiastic about it.
Did she seem happy?
Yeah, well, she was stressed about the money, but she was excited about her new ventures. She seemed really excited about that.
Was she, during those months since Fabio was killed, was she ever talking about Fabio?
No. No.
Was she talking about missing him?
No.
Would you say, like, from your perspective as one of her good friends now, by a month or two after, did she appear to be grieving the death of her husband?
Improper opinion.
Still a rule.
Did she appear to be grieving?
Yes, the death of her husband.
What I saw on Instagram, but not personally.
Okay, so let's talk about Instagram. You were on Instagram and Facebook during that time frame.
Yeah, again, I was trying to get better at it. Yep.
Were you able to view the postings that the defendant made during the timing of from when her Fabio was murdered in the next few months? Were you able to see those Instagrams?
Yes.
And what did you see on those Instagrams? What types of posts was she doing?
Oh my gosh, they were heart-wrenching. I felt so sad. It was like the love of my life. Love is saying goodbye. I mean, it was just like her heart was aching on those posts.
On the posts they were aching, when you spoke to her directly, did she reiterate anything that she was posting?
No, it was a lot of, stress about the insurance and the money and what she was going to do.
So when you saw those posts, did you find that unusual?
Objection, relevance.
When you saw those posts about missing her husband, again, just to confirm, those were not anything of the topics of what she was talking to you as her good friend about?
Correct.
Okay, one moment. After the culmination of a few months passed, did the defendant ever, during the pendency of your friendship, tell you that she was involved with Robert Baker?
No, she did not.
Would you characterize the defendant, Monica Sementilli, as a liar?
At that time.
One moment.
Now.
No, one
Now?
moment.
Yes.
Ma'am, hold on a second. What's the objection?
Relevance, argument.
Sustain on both.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bluell.
Good afternoon.
Is Elise the way you pronounce your first name?
It is, thank you.
Okay. Is it okay if I refer to you by Elise?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I would object to that. This is a courtroom. Let's keep it formal.
Of course, Your Honor. Ms. Bluell, am I correct that if Fabio was killed in January of 2017, that the first time the police ever spoke to you about this case was over 3.5 years later?
Correct.
The police never interviewed you,
They
correct?
did not. Correct.
During that time, even though you were with Monica that first night when Fabio was killed, correct?
Yes. That is correct.
And am I right, it's been, if that was July of 2020, it's been almost 5 years since that interview occurred.
Correct.
Is that correct? And would it be fair to say, Ms. Bluell, that your memory about what you observed, what you saw, what you heard, would have been much better back in July of 2020 than it would be closer to the events than it would be now?
Are you asking me if my memory was better in 2020 than it would be today?
Yes, of events you had observed in 2017.
I think in the scope there were things that I wouldn't remember today that I would remember then, but there are things that I remembered then that I very much remember today.
Okay. And Ms. Bluell, is it also true that when you were first interviewed by the police, Ms. Sementilli had already been accused and arrested for allegedly being involved in the killing of her husband?
I believe that all of the interviews were after she was arrested.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. Ms. Bluell, you met Monica for the first time at LA Fitness, correct?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And you were already playing racquetball at the time. You had started when Monica joined the league, when she started playing racquetball and you first met her.
What I was doing, I hadn't made the D list until the night she came. I was playing very badly, and so I needed the pre thing for 2 terms before I could make the D list. So,
Okay.
but I met her the day that the D list that it all started.
Okay.
In January.
And Monica joined, I understand from what you said, and she didn't know how to play. She was being taught how to play.
No,
correct?
that's not true. She was just on the D League. And then later she was practicing and taking lessons.
Okay, and who was she taking lessons from?
My understanding was Robert.
Okay, you saw Robert playing with her frequently?
I didn't go to the gym during the day, so I wasn't there when they were doing it, but I was told, I think she even mentioned it and other people said it.
Okay, and I think, Ms. Bluell, you also said that Monica got much better very quickly.
Yeah, she was a monster.
Okay. She learned and she improved.
Yes.
Okay. And from her playing and from her playing you and your girlfriend, Faye, that's Faye Fariba?
Yeah.
Okay. You all became fast friends.
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And you referred to the 3 of you as the 3 Musketeers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you and Monica saw each other mostly at the gym, not outside the gym. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
more often at the gym, and then yeah. So that was more.
And that was in January of 2016. Is that correct?
That's when it started. Yeah.
Okay. And it was over that next year that you're talking about.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And you told us, I think, that you would only see her outside of the gym maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. Is that fair?
That's when we would see each other. We would try, but it would take that while.
Okay.
Long.
And I think you said she was hard to nail down about dates to get together.
Yes.
And she was always asked that it be at her home where you get together. She wanted it at her house.
Yeah, it was the easiest.
Okay.
Those were the after the gym ones. Yeah, it was
Okay,
just easier at her house.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
But I think you mentioned 1 or 2 times you went to an establishment or a restaurant or something, but mostly when you got together outside of the gym, these once every 3 or 4 weeks, it would
The
be at
hangout
Monica's
ones.
home.
Yeah, the hangout ones were at her house, and if we went out, it was usually for a thing.
Okay. And you got to observe Monica. You got to see her,
Yeah.
right? You got
Yes.
to really know her.
I thought so.
And you previously, I think you told the police that what you observed was that Monica was the kind of person you saw could put together a dinner party for 20 in an hour, I think you said?
Yeah, well, in 2 hours, she could put together a big dinner party. Yes.
So you saw that she enjoyed cooking and preparing meals, and I think you said she hosted dinners and that like?
Yes.
Okay. And you also saw her as a mom around her girls?
Yeah,
You got to know Jessica?
I did.
And you got to see how she interacted with the girls, how she cared for the girls?
Yeah, she was a good Italian mom.
Good Italian mom.
Yep.
And when she talked about her husband, Fabio, and when you saw her with Fabio, they were affectionate. And I think you described at one point the one time or 1 or 2 times you saw them, she was actually sitting with him on his chair. Is that right?
That was on the New Year's Eve thing when we were around the fire. That was the only time. I didn't other than that, they weren't really affectionate. Like, he had come in from work, she was doing something. So the only time that was around the fire circle at New Year's Eve.
Okay, I think you said earlier that you'd only seen them together twice. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you described you all were in the kitchen, the girls were in the kitchen, and Fabio came home. And then another time you're describing is...
The New Year's Eve.
And that was, when you say New Year's Eve, Miss Bluell, that was December 31st, 2016, right?
17. It was right before he was killed.
Okay. So that would be the day before January 1, which would be December 31st, 2016. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
Okay.
And you all were sitting around the fire pit on the patio of their home, correct?
For New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were with your boyfriend?
Yes.
Correct? Mm-hmm. And everybody was gathered around that fire pit area by the pool?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said at the time that Monica was sitting with Fabio on the arm of his chair.
Yeah. Besides the hostessing, but when she was there, she was, on the arm of his chair.
Okay. And when you were interviewed back in July of 2020, you were specifically asked by a detective, did Monica ever complain about Fabio? And you said, that's the thing, never. Her marriage was so great. Were you telling the truth at that time?
I mean, I don't ever lie on purpose.
Okay.
So that was probably my takeaway then.
Okay.
I have had time to think about stuff.
Okay. And you've heard about this case, right, in the media?
I have heard about it,
Okay.
yeah.
And you've actually participated in media television show interviews?
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Bluell, during that year where you all were the Three Musketeers and you were, it's fair to say you were friends with Monica, correct?
That was my interpretation of our relationship, yeah.
Okay. You heard from Monica that Fabio traveled a lot. Is that right?
Yes.
And you heard that on a number of occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see Fabio every time you were over the house, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You only saw him once or twice?
Correct.
Okay. And you mostly saw Monica once a week playing racquetball?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think you talked about before Robert Baker and his role in the racquetball league, correct?
Yes.
And you told us that Robert Baker was the one who orchestrated the racquetball, correct?
Could you explain to me what you mean by orchestrated?
It was a word you used,
Oh.
so I'm just asking.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're quoting me, the way I interpret it, like I said earlier, was that he kind of ran it.
Okay.
So,
And I think you've previously said that Rob Baker was like a teacher, like the cool teacher?
yeah, or a camp counselor kind of vibe, yeah.
Okay, he was very much in charge of
Like
the
he
league?
was yeah.
I think you described him as very much an authority figure?
Yeah, I mean, that, like, but not like a cool camp counselor or a cool teacher, you know, where they've got stuff to do, but they were fun while they were doing it.
Okay.
Is how I felt about it.
Okay. And you also described him previously as strict. He ran the schedule, he put together the games, he was teaching.
He was very efficient.
Okay. And you also described him as having some kind of sexuality, masculinity, when you talked about what you observed of him.
Yes, he did. He was very muscular, and he was wearing the shorts, and yeah, he was, yeah.
Tell me what you meant when you said there was a sexual thing about Rob Baker?
How to describe that? I mean, so you want me to describe how I thought he was sexual or sensual or
Yes.
hot?
Yes.
I mean, he was muscular and he looked good in his clothes, and I don't know, he had this confidence about him, I guess.
In control.
Confidence. I didn't get in control. I mean, I hear it, but I got that he was confident and he was doing what he needed to do, and that was kind of hot.
That's fine. You thought it was hot.
Well, I mean, I wasn't attracted to him, but you could admire, and yeah.
You described him as military.
Yep.
No nonsense.
He had that kind of, when it was time to, I mean, there was some nonsense, but because he would laugh at a joke, right? And so it was fun to play, but you know, it was like you got to get on the court, but he was nice about it. Yes, he was efficient, and he had that kind of military thing going on, and he was muscly, and yeah, I mean, you could tell that he knew how to keep things going, which I appreciated.
I think you described him at the time as very alpha male.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I did.
Sorry?
He was very alpha. He was very...
Ma'am, one moment, please.
Sorry.
The question you're assuming factual evidence
So,
and misstating testimony.
counsel's testimony. That's what objection was. But that wasn't your objection.
Okay. Objection, counsel's testimony.
A little untimely.
Ms. Bluell, you also described earlier your relationship with someone named Paula McCullum.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I do. Well, yeah, I remember Paula.
Okay. And Paula McCullum also played racquetball with the league,
She did.
showing you what's been marked as People's 67. This is Paula McCullum?
Yeah.
Okay. And you thought Paula McCullum, I think you said she was fun.
She was so sweet because she started at the D League, but she was better than me. And then she quickly went up to the next one, but she was always really sweet because...
And what was her relationship, if you knew, with Robert Baker?
Yeah, I know that he had also trained her a little bit.
How did you know that?
I think she had said it when we were, playing, because she was like, encouraging me. She's like, "Don't feel bad. I've been practicing," and Robert, something along those lines. Okay. I want to say.
Okay. If you previously told the police that that Baker was BFFs with Paula, would that have been true? What your observation was at the time?
Could you say that question again for me?
If you previously told the police that Robert Baker was BFFs with Sean and Paula McCullum, that they were BFFs with Baker.
Okay.
Was that what you observed?
That is not what I observed. That's what I learned after they were arrested, because I was really shocked and sad about Monica, and she called me and she was really shocked about Robert, and we both were kind of commiserating about how duped we felt and how shocked we were. And it was interesting that I didn't realize that her and Sean had such a relationship with Robert, and she knew I was really, I thought, close with Monica. And so when they were arrested, we were like, what? So that was how she explained it.
Very good. Okay. And at the time you had this conversation with Paula McCullum, had she told you that she had had an affair with
No.
Robert Baker?
She did not.
She did not.
No.
And had she told you at the time she had this conversation about Mr. Baker's arrest that she had actually rented a car for Mr. Baker, which he used in the commission of this killing? Did she tell you that?
Judge Lerner, hearsay and all of this is assuming facts on evidence.
Sustained on the second ground?
Ms. Bluell, you told us about coming to Monica's home the night Fabio was killed earlier, correct? And you had said that you received a text asking you to please come over, correct?
Yes.
Do you still have that text?
No.
What, did you delete that text? What happened to the text?
No, I ended up, well, I didn't know it was, no, I ended up getting another phone, and I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that you're not sure the exact words in the text that
no,
were said.
I feel like that's like the one thing I do know.
Okay. So you think the text said, I need you, please come over?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the I need you thing is a thing for me.
Understood. Understood. And I think you said, although you were upset that you had learned that Monica had had a birthday party, that I guess earlier in the month that you had not been invited to, you went right over.
Yes, my feelings were really hurt that morning. I was really annoyed, and my feelings were hurt. But when she said she needed me, it was like, yeah, of course.
And when you went over that night, you were really the person that spent the most time throughout the whole evening with Monica, correct?
That's very true.
I think you said you got there even before the police had arrived?
Yeah, there was just one fire truck.
Okay.
And Deborah.
And you went into the dining room where Monica and the girls and Deborah Obad were?
Well, Deborah was around, but Monica and the girls were like, their chairs were lined up like this, and they were just sitting in a row. It was, yeah.
Okay. And you got there at those earliest moments, and you were with Monica. I think you said, or tell me if this is true, that throughout the night you were hugging her. You were, I think you described yourself as the consoler in chief.
Yeah, well, I was the human teddy bear. Like, I was just consoling, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, you all were asked to leave the home outside of the dining room and go outside, correct?
Yes.
And you had to sit on the curb for a while?
Yeah.
Was it a while?
Yes.
Okay. And it was cold?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, you were taken over to a neighbor's house, is that correct?
Yeah, across the street.
Okay, and that's where you spent the rest of the evening?
Yes.
With Monica and the girls?
Yes.
And Deborah Obad was there for parts of it, not parts of it?
She was doing a lot of the phone calls, and she wasn't really around. She was managing, letting people know, was my understanding.
Okay.
We're going to take our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As usual, as the admonition, you have to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or the form expressing an opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9. As well, to see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock as well. Thanks.
Thank you.